The report which I've sent to Linda Kasheka requesting that information, I think I've CC'd the city manager as well.
When you say you think, is it because you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Why are you not saying, I did copy the city manager? Why are you not being firm about it?
The report, I went through it, but I cannot confirm seated here that it was CC to the city manager. But there is that report to the city manager, to HR.
And did you report to HR or to the city manager that Brigadier Mkhwanazi refuses to be vetted for this very important position?
I've informed the city manager where I had the letter of the 3 signatures of the 3 deputy chiefs of police whom I was sending for vetting. All 3, they've signed a letter that they agree that they will go. Then Julius Mkhwanazi came back and sent me a WhatsApp that it is not in line with his condition of appointment. I then informed the city manager as well. Then she lambasted on me and said to me, why am I personal to Julius? Why do I want to send Julius to SSA for vetting and IPIT? I am sending him to my friends so that they can give a negative recommendation about him. This was not personally. I was just following the processes which I was, as the chief of police, to have done.
And to your knowledge, did the city manager instruct him to attend that vetting? Do you know anything about it?
I don't know whether she further instructed him, but I've instructed him and I also informed the city manager about it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Commissioner. May I ask you to turn your attention to page 21 of your statement, Chief? And we are moving on to the next chapter, starting at that page 21.
Ms. Sillo, before
yes, Chair.
Chief Mapia starts with his, I've noticed that it's a number of alleged crimes at various places. At face value, nothing seems, for example, to be linked to cartel or syndicate activities. So my mind started racing and I asked myself to which term or terms of reference do these alleged criminal offenses relate? Apologies if I'm
it's quite an order.
I'm taking you by surprise.
Not at all, Chair.
Thank you.
I understand the question. This particular chapter and similar is informed by the very name of this commission, the issues that it covers, even if they are not specifically spelled out in such detail in the actual terms, is inferred in the purpose for this commission. And to our understanding, the commission is a judicial commission of inquiry into criminality. And that would be the criminality within specific institutions as are highlighted in the terms of reference. So the next paragraph, the next chapter, deals with that aspect of the terms of reference insofar as they've been found to exist, or it's alleged they exist, within the Metropolitan Police Department of Ekurhuleni.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Are you at page 21, Chief Mapie, of your statement?
That is correct, SC.
And at that page 21, you then start a new chapter called Criminal Activities by Members of the EMPD.
That is correct, SC.
Can you take us through the contents of that chapter? On my reading, you reference 5 criminal cases, and we will deal with each one in turn. You have numbered them accordingly. So if you could start at your paragraph 71. Thank you.
Thank you, SC, Commissioners. On page 21, that is the criminal activities committed by members of EMPD. Number 71, some members of EMPD are under investigation for various serious crimes, including murders. These cases involves the criminal conduct of 3 members of EMPD, and they are from a former team which was called SWAT, which is headed by Brigadier Mkhwanazi. I will highlight some of these cases below, but Commissioner Spies, who is also going to give much more details on this case, he will speak much more on those 4 or 5 cases.
Thank you. That then brings us to your first case.
The first case, how we manage, Commissioner, to pick up these cases.
Apologies, before you do that, can you have a heading in respect of that case? Let's just put that heading on record, and then you may proceed to address the commissioners in the manner you intended.
Case number 1, the case of theft, kidnapping, extortion, and defeating the ends of justice. That is case number 315-7-2022, which was opened in Benoni.
Thank you. You may then address the commissioners on what you wanted to say.
How we managed to pick up some of these cases, it was because of this blue light saga case. We had now to move to IPID in pursuant of this case of the blue light saga. When we were then at IPID, the executive head of IPID, she then indicated to us that you came with this Blue Light Saga case. We've got a lot of other cases against your own members. So these are some of the cases which she then presented to us. At high level, she did not give us the statements by themselves because those cases were still being investigated by IPID. So as I've indicated that Mr. Spies will go much more in detail with those cases, but that was the first case. I don't know whether I must go to the second case.
Perhaps just you have 2 small paragraphs in respect of that particular case on your statement. If we could just dispose of that before we move to the next case.
Page 21, paragraph 73, the above case which I've spoken about now. This case involves the conduct of 3 officers. I will leave it at that, the 3 officers. Then paragraph number 74, the 3 officers are alleged to have raided the Smoke and King supermarket, confiscated cigarettes worth of 29,000, thereafter kidnapped the manager of the store. They thereafter tendered 1 box of cigarettes to the Benoni police station, claiming they found it abandoned in the field.
Chief Mapie, you indicated that the members involved in the cases that you'll be dealing with are all members of the EMPD. correct?
That is correct, SC.
You have, in identifying the first case, you have provided the case number in full. So there is a recorded case with the police against specific persons. Do you assume that the persons who are alleged to have committed these crimes in that docket, are you suggesting that their identities are not public and that they must be concealed?
I can be guided by the commission. The names I've got, but the details of those names, Commissioner Spies will also come and work on that area. He will be able to give.
I'm interested in the identity of the persons who are alleged to have committed these crimes.
The names.
Perhaps you have sought the commission's guidance, and because my suggestion is there is a specific case opened and a case number is provided, which means that those the identities have become public for all intents and purposes. On what basis are you withholding the identities?
Perhaps let me, in the meantime, ask the question while you resolve this issue. Have these people been charged, to your knowledge?
Okay, Commissioner, when we went to IPIT, these are the cases which, as I will still go through them in detail, which were highlighted to us. I know that others, the processes has taken place, and others are still pending amongst these cases.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I leave it to the chair. I don't know if it's...
Does that answer the question? The question is a direct one. Are you aware if the alleged offenders have been criminally charged? Are there charges already or not?
The first one I spoke about, commissioners. Charges were laid and the process of disciplinary proceeding.
Leave out the disciplinary proceedings and the substance or essence of the question by Commissioner Baloyi concerns the issue that normally you do not divulge the details of a person before they have actually been charged. And that's about the person being charged criminally. It has nothing to do with disciplinary processes within, or rather at the workplace. Do you get this now? So just focus on whether the people have been charged. Are they criminal charges? That's the point of substance.
Departmentally, they were charged.
No.
Criminally, I do not have the outcome whether the DPP finally decide to prosecute or not.
All right, no, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that response. You do indicate that Commissioner Spies will deal with in more detail with the cases that you reference. So I will suggest that we reserve the question for Commissioner Spies. He might have the answer that the commissioners require and the answer to my question. He would know whether or not charges were laid against these perpetrators and what has since become of the criminal cases. So on that basis, I will accept that because you don't know, you do not then have to inadvertently disclose the names of people, identities of people in circumstances where you are not confident that they have appeared in court and charges laid against them formally. Okay.
Thank you.
Before my colleague Commissioner Baloyi asks another question, then you sought direction from us. The direction is that leave out the names. Thank you.
My question now is about the disciplinary process. You say that was instituted. What was the outcome?
Commissioners, one finally resigned during the process. Two others are back in the system. I know that they were dismissed, but they are back in the system in the metropolis.
And do you know the circumstances of them being back at work? Were they re-employed? Did they go to court to challenge their dismissals and reinstated? That's a question I'm asking.
I think, Commissioner, the details will be given by Commissioner Spies. I don't want to preempt on that one, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioners. If we turn over leaf then at page 22, Chief Mapie, you deal with your second case, and on the basis of the guidance you received from the commissioners, you may read the detail of that case, but without articulating the names of the alleged perpetrators. Thank you.
On page 22, the second case, it's case number 72 of 8/2022, which was a marathon theft, copper theft.
So apologies, Chief Mapie, please read that correctly. You called it a...
Okay.
Yeah, please read it correctly.
Thanks, Essie. It's a marathon theft copper case.
Thank
Case
you.
number 72 of 8/2022. This case involves the conduct of 3 officers.
And this is the same 3 officers involved in the Benoni case.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you. We won't go beyond the same other descriptor or description.
Please continue.
The third case.
No, Chief Mapie, you haven't completed what this case is about. So you said the case involves the conduct of 3 officers. You may skip the names, but please indicate what the case itself is about.
This case, it alleges that the officers have robbed the premises of the complainant in Merton. Here, I don't have the details of exactly which was taken from there. So
Understood.
that is the case number.
Understood, accept. Thank you. You may proceed to the next.
The third case, Commissioners, is a murder case which took place in Brakpan, committed during April 2022. This case involves the death of a male in Brakpan and the subsequent disposal of his body in Nigel Maryvale Dam, where it was subsequently recovered by SAPS. Once again, the 3 officers were implicated in this case.
Chief Mapie, this one you don't have a case number. It just says Brakpan. Is it, what does that mean? That you don't have a case number here?
It's very interesting, Commissioner, because even when we went to IPID, we were not given the case number. But with the further developments, I will believe that Commissioner Spies ought to have received now the case number of this case.
Thank you.
Please continue, Chief.
The fourth one is a Bedfontein truck theft under false pretenses. That is case number 86 of 2/2023. This case involves the conduct of 2 officers. It's the same officers whom were involved in the others, but this one instead of them being 3, here there were 2 of those same officers who were involved in this matter. It concerns a hijacking of a truck on the N12 highway and a theft of its load. That's the high-level summary I can give to that.
Thank you.
As I move to the
Please proceed
the last
to
one.
the last one.
The next case is a theft of precious stones, impersonating Hawks police officers. That is case number 797-03-2023, which took place in Hillbrow. This case involves the conduct of at least 2 of our officers. From the 3, 1 was not part of that. I cannot confirm he was not part of it because he could have been there. But on the initial stage, I can confirm 2. And also, yes, the 2 of them. This case was involve our officers gaining access to the complainant's property in Killarney, Johannesburg, under the false pretenses, claiming they were there to investigate lithium smuggling and then proceeding to rob him of 54 kg of certain semi-precious stones. It became...
Apologies, Chief. There is some words in parentheses at the end of that paragraph. I don't know if it's cyanide or
that is
cyanide.
sugarlite stones.
Sugarlite, it's called sugarlite stones.
Yes.
Personally, do you know what kind of precious stones those are? Or?
Commissioners, I've seen a picture of those, but I'm not an expert in knowing exactly what kind of a stone is that, but I've seen a picture of those.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Paragraph number 82, I became aware of this case when a letter of demand was served on me during August 2023 by the complainant's attorney advising of the intention to institute legal proceeding against the Minister of Police and EMPD, demanding payment of 45 million rands in damages. That is when I became aware of further development about this case. Paragraph number 83. A copy of this letter is attached, marked JM24.
If I may, Chief Mapie, your JM24 that you reference in that paragraph, if you refer to the bigger file, the file of annexures, it appears at page 112. If I could have you open it, please. Have you located it? 112. And it's marked JM24, as you state in your paragraph.
Excuse me, I've got it, SC.
Okay, then we can go back, deal with the contents of your paragraph 83, and to the extent necessary, you can cross-reference to the annexure. Thank you.
Page 23 on paragraph 83. A copy of this letter is attached, marked as JM24. Attached to the letter are still pictures of the accused members extracted from the house CCTV footages. In these pictures, the members are clearly identifiable. Unfortunately, I do not have access to the original letter with color pictures. IPID was, however, provided with a color photographs and have this in their docket.
And your JM24 has got an extra starting from page 117, which unfortunately are in black and white, and we cannot make out anything. Could you turn to 117? And it would take you up to page 122. Now, you state that the original letter had color pictures, and from those pictures, you could clearly identify the members of the EMPD who perpetrated this crime. Correct?
That is correct, SC.
But that the original and the color photos have been submitted to IPID.
That is correct, SC.
To the extent that you can recall, looking at the copies that we have, do you confirm that if we obtained the color photos that were submitted to you, we would draw the same conclusions? We would see what you want us to see, which we cannot on the current annexures because they're in black and white.
That is correct, SC.
Thank you. And now that is your fifth and last case that you gave example of.
That is correct, SC.
You may continue.
On paragraph 84, notwithstanding Brigadier Mkhwanazi retain these members in his team, and they continue to operate as EMPD members. 85, the three members implicated in all these serious crimes are part of Brigadier Mkhwanazi's Specialized Services Unit, including Officer,
don't say the name,
the
please.
name I just keep, at the time of the commission of these crimes, that has since resigned from the service. On paragraph 86, as Commissioner Spies will elaborate further during his testimony, the disciplinary processes initiated against these members were continuously frustrated internally, and they were reassigned to their substantive positions, and their service weapons restored to them.
Thank you, Chief Mapieye. That then concludes your chapter on criminal activities committed by members of the EMPD. Before we move to the next, is there anything you would like to draw to the attention of the commissioners in respect of that chapter? Thank you.
Not for now, SC. I'm comfortable with what the level of the cases have highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Mapieye. That then brings us to your next topic, which you title Referrals of Matters to IPID. And you started page 24 with that.
On page 24,
Yes. Now, under that heading, you start with describing who IPID is. So you may read the paragraph into the record, but I request that for our purposes, it's not necessary to run through the provisions of Section 28 of the IPID Act that you have reproduced here under. Thank you.
thank you, SC. Thank you, Commissioners. On paragraph number 87, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, that is IPID, is established in terms of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Act 1 of 2011, the IPID Act, Section 28 of IPID Act prescribe that IPID must investigate.
And then you proceed to extract directly from Section 28 to enumerate the type of matters that that IPID is required to investigate. And you confirm that what you list there is taken directly from Section 28 of the IPID Act.
Any death in the...
Chief Mapie, after you say Section 28 of the IPID Act prescribes that IPID must investigate, you see the rest of what is in that paragraph is in italics. Do you see that?
That is correct, SC.
My question to you is, do you confirm that what is in italics you have extracted directly from Section 28 of the IPID Act?
That is correct, SC.
So that those are not exactly your words. You took them out of the Act.
That is correct, SC.
If that is so, I am suggesting that it is not important to read out and go through every detail of what Section 28 provides.
Thank you, SC.
I will then invite you to turn the page to page 25 and paragraph 88, and which then deals with the substance of your testimony. Thank you.
On page 25, paragraph 88, the IPID Act, until it was amended in 2024, it did not apply to members of the Municipal Police Service. During 2021, IPID, SAPS, and the various municipal police services concluded a memorandum of understanding in terms of the municipal police services will be subject to the IPID Act. I have attached a marked JM25, a copy of the memorandum concluded with EMPD.
And that memorandum, you've marked JM25, appears in the big file at page 123. And just for the record, I'll read the heading of that memorandum. It's called Memorandum of Understanding Regarding Cooperation Between the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, IPID, the South African Police Service, SAPS, and Municipal Metropolitan Police Services, MPS, to comply with the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Act 2011, Act 1 of 2011. Do you so confirm?
That is correct, SC.
And you indicate at your paragraph 88 that it is in terms of this memorandum that the EMPD as Metropolitan Police Service is subjected to the power of IPID in terms of the Act.
That
it extended those powers.
That is correct, SC.
I would like to invite you to look at the same document at page 147. In fact, I think let's start at 145.
I've got it, SC.
At page 145, it's a document titled Certificate of Approval and Undertaking to Comply and Adhere to the MOU. You see that?
I can see that, SC.
And at the bottom, it appears to be signed at Pretoria, IPID office on the 18th of February, 2021. And there's a signature above the provision for signature by an executive director, IPID.
That is correct, SC.
If you turn over, lift to page 146. It's a similar document, but at the bottom, it seems to be it's signed by somebody else. General National Commissioner, South African Police Service, KJ Sithole, in brackets SOEG, and it is dated Pretoria, the 9th of March, 2021.
That is correct, SC.
And then if we turn over leaf, at page 147, that too is a similar certificate with, and this is at the bottom, signed by the chief executive, and then it says in brackets, parentheses, name of Metropolitan Council. It's got a stamp, M.I. Mkhwanazi, and then it's got a signature next to that stamp. And that seems to have been executed on the 22nd day of November 2021, correct?
That is correct, SC.
Now, the chief executive officer there, at the bottom, it doesn't indicate that is the chief executive officer of the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department. That we find in the same document, in the body of that document, where there is provision for the specific Metropolitan Police Department to fill in the detail on signature of this Memorandum of Understanding. And that tells us that this was executed by M.I. Mkhwanazi on behalf of EMPD, Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department. Do you confirm?
That is correct, SC.
Now, your pages 148, 149, 150, and all the way to 155 are similar certificates intended to be signed by different officials, but are unsigned. The first being the Chief Executive Officer for the relevant Metropolitan Council. But that certificate is not concluded and it's not signed. You see that?
That is correct, SC.
And that.
Okay, Selok, is it not because Ekurhuleni only keeps its copy? So Johannesburg would have its own copy, which is signed by the CEO of the Joburg Metro.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo, for reading my mind. And that was the point to be made, that insofar as Ekurhuleni is concerned, all the necessary signatories have executed this document and have signed it. Thank you. Okay, now that we have acquainted ourselves with the MOU, and we understand from your paragraph 88 the effect of that MOU, I ask you to revert then to your statement at page 25, and we deal with your testimony from paragraph 89.
Thank you, SC. Page 25, paragraph 89. From November 2021, therefore, IPID investigates all conduct of members of EMPD that falls within the terms of Section 28 of the IPID Act.
Please continue.
Paragraph 90, IPID is currently seized with at least 9 investigations in respect of Ekurhuleni involving crime committed by members of EMPD as far back as 2022. Unfortunately, and for reasons that are not clear, IPID has not able to progress these matters to the stage of prosecution. Paragraph number 91, the majority, if not all, of these matters are being investigated by a gentleman in IPID Act. I've reserved the name for now.
Please don't. That's a public official who's executing his duty. Thank you.
The majority, if not all, of these matters are being investigated by Thulani Makakula at IPID. Paragraph number 92. I, on numerous occasions, raised concerns with the Executive Director of IPID, Ms. Nhlanhla, regarding the conduct of the IPID investigator, Mr. Makakula. In particular, regarding his persiveness and close relationship with Brigadier Mkhwanazi, as well as victimization of myself and the witnesses in these cases. The lack of progress in IPD investigation was also a source of concern. I continuously sought a meeting with the head of IPID to address these matters.
You continue at page 26 from paragraph 93.
Yes, SC.
Please proceed, Chief.
On page 26, 93, paragraph 93, I attach WhatsApp communications between myself and Ms. Nhlanhla over a period of from the 5th of March 2023 to 11th September 2024. On these matters marked MJ26, these efforts yielded no results. Paragraph number 94. On 26 January 2024, I addressed a letter to Ms. Nhlanhla requesting a meeting, the purpose of which was to discuss interference in ongoing matters by Mr. Makakula. I attach a copy of that letter marked JM27.
On that annexure, it's to be found at page 174 of the big file. Have you located it?
I've got it, I see.
JM27 appears to, as you state in your paragraph, to be a letter addressed to Ms. DJ Nhlanhla, Executive Director, IPID, and it states on its face, from IJ Mapiyeye, Municipal Police Commissioner, Chief of Police, EMPD. And at the bottom, it's got provision for signature by IG Mapiyeye, Municipal Police Commissioner, Chief of Police, EMPD. Do you confirm all that?
That is correct, SC.
There is a signature appearing above the line where your name, IJ Mapiyeye, appears. Is that your signature?
That's my signature, SC.
This letter is dated the 26th of January, 2024. And could you read it's a brief letter, relatively, and can I invite you to read the contents of this letter into the record? Thank you.
The heading, request for meeting, interference in ongoing cases, matters, EMPD. Dear ED, I need to bring the following matters under your attention. During 2023, I personally reported to you that one of your investigators, Mr. Makakula, reported in person to the city manager of the city of Ekurhuleni, Dr. Imogen Mashazi, that myself and the Deputy Commissioner Spies are the people who are pushing the IPID investigation into J. Mkhwanazi's case. EMPD, while nothing could be further from the truth. Paragraph number 2, It is a known fact that IPID has various investigations and cases still pending against J. Mkhwanazi, which some are not concluded yet. It has come to my attention that Mr. Makakula have had numerous meetings with J. Mkhwanazi on sidelines at Boksburg EMPD precinct. Last meeting between them was on Friday, the 19th of January 2024. I, as the Chief of Police and Head of Metro Police, have not been informed or have any knowledge of these meetings, and also do not receive any progress feedback on existing matters. The engagement of Makakula and Mr. J. Mkhwanazi has got the potential of jeopardizing the cases against Mr. Mkhwanazi. I therefore request a meeting with you, whereby we can discuss this matter further and a way forward on handling this. Your considered noting is appreciated. Then I append my signature there.
Thank you, Chief. This letter is dated the 26th of January 2024. And you specifically in this letter, having raised the concerns that you had as the Chief of Police EMPD, requested a meeting with the Executive Director of IPID. Two questions. Did the Executive Director furnish you with any written response to this letter?
There was no written response, SC, but we had a telephonic engagement, myself with her.
Yes.
Where we then discussed the involvement of this gentleman, Makakula. And then she promised me and indicated that she is going to remove him from the investigation in the Eastern Region side.
Yes. Now, the letter is dated 26 January 2024. Would you have a recollection as to when you had this telephonic conversation with the Executive Director of IPID firstly, and who was the initiator of that telephone conversation? Was it yourself or was it the Executive Director of IPID?
She called me after I've sent this letter to her.
And would you recall how much after you had sent the letter? Or I know it's January 24, so you might not have a recollection. But did you consider that she had delayed in calling you, or as you remember things, was it a relatively immediate response to your letter?
It was not long after I've sent this letter to her that she called me.
Now, you say in that conversation she undertook to address the challenges you have raised in the letter? Did you say that?
That is correct, SC.
And secondly, that she undertook to replace Mr. Magagula as the investigator for the Eastern Region?
That is correct, SC.
I appreciate that you were suspended in September 2024. Prior to your suspension, are you aware of her delivery of the second promise in particular of replacing the investigator responsible for the Eastern Region?
SC, I will concur that she finally definitely sent someone to take over, especially this case of the Blue Light Saga. I think it was a captain from KZN, the son name is Pulu, who then took over these responsibilities in the Eastern Region.
You say particularly in respect of the Blue Light Saga. So the replacement of the investigator was only in relation to that particular case? Is that what you're suggesting? And not in respect of all the cases that you have referred to, particularly those that involve criminal conduct by members of the EMPD?
That I cannot confirm, SC, whether the others were still under Mr. Makakula or they were then also taken over by Kulu.
And perhaps just to quickly refer you to the EMPD report and to find it's JM 19. And your JM 19 should be in the big file from page 101.
I've got it, SC.
And the signature page of that report is 103.
I've got it.
And I see the first signature there is attached above the name of Mr. W.M. Kulu, designation Special Investigator, IPID NSIT. And he appended his signature on the 1st of September, 2023.
I could see that, SC.
Okay, now, you indicated that the executive director of IPID responded to your request, at least by replacing the investigator in the blue light matter. I point out to you, however, that Mr. Kulu signed that report in 2023 already in September. And your letter that we're dealing with at page 174 to the executive director was issued only on the 26th of January, 2024. Do you see that?
I see that and I understand it.
So
SC.
would I be correct to say the involvement of Investigator Kulu in the blue light matter was not pursuant to your raising your concerns with the executive director? You raised the concerns after that investigator got involved?
That is correct, SC.
Okay. I then go back. Please go ahead. My apologies.
Must I also clarify this, SC?
Please do. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Kulu came even earlier, and then when this blue light saga started, then he left the province back to KZN. And then upon further engagement with myself and the ED, he came back again, Kulu, because in his absence, Mr. Makakula was then dealing with these matters as well.
For the record, the name is Ulu, X-U-L-U, and Chief Mapia says Ulu, which is Q-U-L-U. So the correct spelling is X-U-L-U. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
This is important for the transcription.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. I'm tempted to say that it's the Sutu group, the function of the Sutu group pronunciation that has the chief pronounce the name that way.
Yes.
But the correction is noted.
In fact, what I just said is inaccurate. When I say it's important for the transcription, it's also important for the person involved. Thank you.
Most importantly, yes. And thank you, Chair, for that correction and duly noted. So then, the discussion we're having is that Investigator Kulu got involved in the blue light matter as an investigator before you raised your concerns at Annexure JM 27 with the Executive Director of IPID.
That is correct, SC.
So his involvement did not arise as a result of the concerns you had expressed on the 26th of January 2024. It's completely unrelated. So you had explained that he had been involved, and if I understood you well, then he left the jurisdiction of Gauteng, went to KZN to live there, And I think you were suggesting that he subsequently came back. You recall that?
That is correct, SC.
Now, you had wanted to provide some clarification, having highlighted his movements in the manner that you did, I think before the chair corrected the proper pronunciation of Investigator Xulu's name. So I invite you to state what you wanted, or to provide the clarification you had indicated you wanted to give. Thank you.
Thanks, SC. Commissioners, this gentleman, let me pronounce it properly, Xulu, he is working, according to my information, he is deployed in the KZN area. But he came specifically to come and assist with this Blue Light Saga story. At some stage, he then went back where he came from. In that vacuum, it's when, as well, Magagula was then in the picture. Until then, I forwarded as well the complaint to the ED of IPID.
Okay. As I did indicate, the letter is January 2024. You were suspended in September 2024. And we put aside how the case of the blue lights was dealt with by Inspector Xulu. Your testimony speaks of, or there are complaints leveled against the investigator, Mr. Magagula, who was handling other matters, as you have touched on in your statement, referred to IPID. My question to you, do you know if he was replaced on those matters before your suspension in September 24? Do you know or you don't know?
I wouldn't confirm that, SC, because there were other activities which also took place, or other arrests which took place in my absentia. So I wouldn't know who are the officers from IPID who are dealing with those cases currently.
Thank you for that clarification. Let's get back then to your statement. We are at page 28, and we now move on to paragraph 103.
May I just take, sorry,
Yes,
can I just
Commissioner.
take you back to paragraph 92? And it's, Chief, it's at page 25, paragraph 92, and I just want to make sure that I'm reading the paragraph correctly. You state in that paragraph your discussions or your concerns that you raised with Mr. Nhlanhla of IPID. And then one of them is the perceived close relationship of Mr. Magagula with Mr. Mkhwanazi. And then this is the part you say, as well as victimization of myself and witness. Who are you saying, or who was victimizing you and the witness? It's not clear to me whether it's Mr. Magagula or it's Mr. Mkhwanazi in the way that this is written.
The victimization from myself, I think there is an area where I'm still going to address it in detail, Commissioner. But my witnesses who were dealing with this matter, because IPID cannot work in silos, they have to come to EMPD, Metropolis, to get the relevant information. All the members who were involved in assisting IPID with that investigation, they were dealt with by the city.
So you're not alleging that Mr. Magagula was victimizing you and witnesses. That's what I wanted to clarify.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. At paragraph 93, Chief, you introduce a series of WhatsApp messages, and you have those attached as Annexure JM26. Do you see that?
I could see that, SC.
At the time you dealt with the contents of that paragraph, we did not have specific regard to the WhatsApp messages. In light of the question posed to you by Commissioner Baloyi, may I invite us to go to JM26, which may potentially have a more complete answer to the Commissioner's question. It is flagged JM26, and in terms of page numbering, it would start at page 168. Have you located the annexure?
I've got it, SC.
And this will go to page 173 from 168. Do you see that?
I could see that, SC.
So in all those pages, these appears to be, should I say, screenshots of WhatsApp communication between two telephones. Do you confirm?
That is correct, SC.
At the top of each page, it reflects the wording Jennifer iPad.
That is correct, SC.
What is that? What is meant by Jennifer iPad?
That's how I've saved her number on my phone.
Okay. Now, the communications as are reflected, some are in green and some are in white. Just to orientate us, when they are in green, who is the speaker, and when they are in white, who then is the speaker?
Commissioners, when they are in green, it's myself. When they are in white, it's HOD or ED.
Executive Director.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, just looking at them from page 168 to 170, the first date entry is 29 August 2024. In fact, I think is it 29 August 2024?
That's correct. I see 29 August 2024.
I correct myself. I called it the first entry, but the first page reflects the date of 29 August. As I go through the pages to 170, I realize that they seem to have been filed in historical order, in descending order. So the first page is not the first communication. It actually is the last communication.
That is correct. See, if I may assist your commission, that I think the first communication WhatsApp, it will be right at the end. This page on 168, it could be, it is the latest.
Yes. So the first communication actually starts at page 173.
That is correct, SC.
And that is dated the 5th of March, 2023.
That is correct, SC.
Okay. Perhaps just, I see that the first, you appear, you said green are your communications, you appear to be the initiator of this conversation.
That is correct, SC.
Can you just read the first green portion at page 173 that you posted on the 5th of March, 2023?
I said, hi, Executive HOD. My name is Jabu Mapieye, Chief of Police in Ekurhuleni. Could I please come to your office tomorrow if available? I have got a pressing matter to discuss and be advised by yourself, please. Thereafter, she responded.
Yes. And I see she responded positively, advising she will call, and then on the 6th of March, she provides the venue.
The 6th of March, good day, sir. The venue is Rodeport SAPS Station, Commander's Boardroom, 4th floor.
Yes. Then you respond to that.
My response, I will be there with my second in charge. Then she responded, I will be there with my senior team and Makakula.
For the record, is that the meeting you earlier referenced between EMPD and IPID, where you were going to discuss the issue of the blue lights, and you ended up with a report from IPID about the criminal cases that IPID is handling concerning members of the EMPD? Is that the meeting?
That is correct, SC.
Okay. Then working backwards onto the file, now go to page 172. And on this page, perhaps just to highlight the first message in green, which is your message.
That is correct, SC.
Please read that. into the
Morning,
record.
ED. It has been a while not communicating. I'm currently on leave, going back to work next week. Could I kindly have a meeting with your good self next week, please, regarding the challenges I am having with witnesses who are being victimized with regard to Mkhwanazi's case?
And then if we go to page 171,
Before that, just for clarity on the timing,
oh yes,
the last text or chat at page 173 was on the 7th of March, 2023, and the one you've just read in which you say that it's been a while not communicating, that's on the 16th of May, 2024. The one you've just read was on the 16th of May, 2024. That's just for the record. You confirm, though, that that is so.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
thank you, Commissioner, and that is correct, because if you have regard to page 173, the last communication, according to that date stamp, appears to have been on the 7th of March, 2023. The message you just read is dated the 16th of May, 2024. So there was about more than a year of no communication between yourself and the Executive Director of IPID.
That is correct, Commissioner.
So technically, the question of victimization of witnesses, at least insofar as these WhatsApp messages are concerned, you introduced for the first time, it would appear in May 2024. Am I correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Then,
Just for the record,
Yes.
Advocate Selo, because these WhatsApp screenshots are not in sequence, 170 and 171 are 2023 WhatsApps. So
you are quite correct.
in between, there would have been even 169. You see that there's November 2023.
In fact, I think it is page 172 that is out of sync. So if we take out page 172, it actually should, then the rest follow, because that page, time-wise and date-wise, ought to be the page 169. So it's actually the first, if you look at the the date stamp. So it is that particular page 172 that is filed wrong. It's in the wrong place. Because if we apply the logic of reading from the last page coming forward, then the dates follow sequentially.
So on my reading, the last communication before 16 May 2024 is that 19 November on page 169.
That is correct.
Yes.
That is correct.
May our files be corrected then, please?
Yes, no, we
Thank
it was the ordering of the pages,
Yes,
I think that.
yes.
But just to move the one page for the record, 172, to locate it in its proper place in the file. And that will affect, then, will just be a change of numbering
Yes,
on
yes.
successive pages.
Thank you, thank you.
And if I could just then quickly deal with your current page,
Or perhaps let's take the break before you move on to that and resume at 11:15. Let's adjourn.
and we'll take the opportunity to correct the pages. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. For the record, they are rerunning the WhatsApp chats appearing as annexure JM 26, and we'll properly paginate them, and then we will update the files. Thank you, Chair. For the moment, I just want to deal with one message, and then I will leave JM 26. Chief Mapie, may I draw your attention to page 168, the current 168. And for the record, I do accept that once updated, the page number will change. Yes. In the big file.
In the big file.
We are still dealing with your WhatsApp chats.
I've got it, SC.
And it's your email dated the 4th of, for the record, I don't recall now, if I may I just backtrack to page 172? There's a particular email, because of the confusion in page numbering, I'm not sure, WhatsApp that I'm not sure that I dealt with. But specifically, it's his WhatsApp message dated the 16th of May, 2024. Did I do it? If I dealt with it, I apologize for the repetition. We did.
Page 172.
The one at page 172. Yes. Commissioner Khumalo assures me that we dealt with that.
Yes, in 169.
Yes, it does.
At the bottom.
At the bottom. And that we dealt with. Okay, then I invite you to page 168. And this now is a message, according to this document, you sent to the executive director on the 4th of September 2024. It's the first on that page. Do you see that?
That is correct, SC.
Can you read that message into the record?
The one which was on the 4th of September 2024.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ED. Could we kindly secure an urgent meeting between me and your good selves, even on Teams? It's not about my case, which is making headlines. It's about our EMPD outstanding cases.
Thank you. To the question then that Commissioner Baloyi had asked about who was being intimidated, and about witnesses being intimidated and by who, we went through the WhatsApp chats in a bid to provide an answer to that question, which I trust we have. Commissioner Baloyi, does that?
Yes.
Thank you.
With that. Thank you, Ms.
Chief Mapie, then, at page 26 of your statement now, the small file. We are at paragraph 95.
I've got it, SC.
That's a concluding paragraph on this subject that we are dealing with. If you could deal with the contents of paragraph 95.
Thank you, SC. Page 26, paragraph 95. On the 6th of March, 2023, we held a meeting with IPID, which I attended with inter alia Commissioner Spies. At this meeting, IPID had given us a report on all cases then under investigation by whom involving members of EMPD. A total of 7 criminal cases were being investigated at the time of this meeting. No progress, but for the blue light case, has been achieved in these cases. Instead, one more case has been added to the list. One involving extortion, kidnapping, and theft in Boksburg by 6 officers from the Drug Enforcement Unit, reporting to Brigadier Dion Singh who in turn reports to Brigadier Mkhwanazi.
And was that the state of affairs at the date that you were suspended on the 25th of September 2024? Was that where things stood?
Except the recent one, which is added, that one more case that has been added to the list. One involving extortion, kidnapping, and theft in Boksburg by 6 officers from the Drug Enforcement Unit. This is recent, as I was already on suspension, so it was not there.
Also now, what you're saying is you've since become aware of an added case
That is
to
correct.
the
yes.
IPID cases you discussed with the executive director. And this is the case you reference of extortion, kidnapping, and theft in Boksburg. But the point you make is that that case arose after your suspension in September 2024.
That is correct, I see.
Thank you, duly noted. That then concludes that chapter of referrals of matters, EMPD matters to IPID. We move still on then page.
Before you move
Yes,
on,
thank you.
I thought the substance of Ms. Sidlo's question, but she will correct me. I thought the substance of her question was whether, as at the time you were suspended, the lack of progress, leaving aside the question of the addition of a new matter, but the lack of progress on the investigation of those matters endured throughout.
That's correct, Chair, and I thought he had answered, but please specifically address yourself to the question as reposed by the Chair.
Oh, yeah, I just heard him talk about the additional case and I didn't...
I think he was trying to draw a distinction,
Yes.
because the two facts are set out in the same paragraph.
Yes.
Please
Can
address
you
the question
directly, please. Thank you.
without reference to this extra case.
Thank you, Commissioner. Until such time that I was then sent on suspension, that was the state of the cases.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We move then, Chief Mapie, to your next topic, which you term attempts to discipline Brigadier Mkhwanazi, and you deal with this from page 26 of your statement, the small file.
I'm on page 26, I see.
You start at paragraph 96 with a statement that all your attempts to discipline Brigadier Mkhwanazi were frustrated, right?
That is correct, I see.
Please tell the commissioners about your attempts to discipline Brigadier Mkhwanazi and how the attempts to so discipline him, you contend, were frustrated.
Thank you, Commissioners. On page 26, paragraph 96, all my attempts to discipline Brigadier Mkhwanazi were frustrated by the city manager, Dr. Imoji Mashazi, the HOD Human Resource, that is Linda Klasheka, and HOD Legal Services, that is Advocate Bihare. In fact, these attempts led me to be suspended on numerous occasions, culminating in disciplinary charges for alleged sexual harassment being leveled against me in November 2024.
Please proceed.
On page 27, paragraph 97. On the 24th of February, Brigadier Mkhwanazi was placed on suspension with this case of the blue light saga. On the 3rd of March 2023, and based on the outcome of our internal investigation, I determined that the misconduct complaint, it was of a serious nature. I attached Annexure JM 28 a copy of that determination. On 23rd March 2023, I requested that disciplinary tribunal be established. This was approved on the 12th of April 2023.
Can you just clarify which misconduct are you referring to? And the reason I'm asking is the IPID report is dated October, November 2023. And here we are in February, March 2023. So I just want to understand which misconduct you are referring to in this paragraph.
Thank you, Commissioner. We don't have investigative powers as Metropolis, but we've got an internal affairs which deals with our internal investigation with regards to the misconduct of officers or employees in the Metropolis. So that process has taken its course already, whilst the other process went to IPID, where they finally as well liaise with the NPA.
Are you saying it was the same issue?
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Please proceed.
And I'm sorry,
Yes.
and when you say this was approved, that is your determination that misconduct proceedings be initiated. So when you say this was approved on 12 April 2023, who approved?
Chief Mapie, through you, Chair, before you respond, you reference a document there, JM 28.
Okay.
Perhaps if you go to JM 28, you will be better able to pointedly respond to the chairperson's question and in part also answer the question posed by Commissioner Khumalo. In the big file at page 176, is this JM 28, which you call a copy, which you call your determination that the misconduct complained of was a serious nature. Do you see that?
I've got it, SC.
Okay, the question posed to you is, you state at paragraph 97 that this was approved, your request to establish a disciplinary tribunal, and that this was approved on the 12th of April 2023. The chair wants to know who approved.
Thank you, SC. Commissioners, as I've indicated that we've got our internal process, I approve that. Thereafter, it goes to labor relations, who then take the process forward with regard to disciplinary proceedings.
In regard to this JM 28, if you start at page 175, I see that it is addressed to DH Employee Relations ex Nziza.
That is correct.
And it would appear to be from you.
That is
Chief
correct,
Mapie.
SC.
The heading is request for disciplinary tribunal.
That is correct, SC.
That is the request for the establishment of a disciplinary tribunal that you reference at paragraph 97.
That is correct, SC.
Overleaf at page 176. It starts with a recommendation that appears to be signed by you, and you have indicated that you are requesting the establishment of a disciplinary tribunal.
That is correct, SC.
It appears it was intended to be recommended by Human Resources. It's not completed, that section. But at the bottom, under the heading Approval DH Employee Relations, there is a signature and a date. Could you state who signed there and what the effect of that signature is?
This was signed, that is page 176. It was signed on the 12th of April 2023 by the divisional head employee relations.
And is that the person to whom the request was made?
That is correct, SC.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, that clarifies it.
Then after it was approved, you move on to what happened from your page 98. Sorry, your paragraph 98. Please deal with that.
On page 27,
Apologies, Chief. I think Commissioner Baloyi has a question.
Yeah, still on that document, I think when you started, Ms. Silo, you had said it may partly answer also the question from Commissioner Khumalo, which I was interested in, and this is about the charges that were listed. Should those not be mentioned to the record?
Oh,
At page 175.
yes, it was. Perhaps we could, Commissioner Khumalo had tried to understand the relation between the determination he seems to have, Chief Mapie made, to the IPID report, which comes at a later date, I think, end of 2023.
Okay.
And this, when Chief Mapie indicated that the determination that he references at paragraph 97 concerns internal processes of the EMPD.
Okay.
And perhaps I could inquire from Commissioner Khumalo whether that answers the query that the Commissioner had.
My query was answered. I think what concerned me was some of the allegations leveled against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. Some of them related to the memoranda, the two memoranda we dealt with yesterday, and the State of the City address in 2022, and various other things. So looking at paragraph 97 in the statement, where Chief says, I determined that the misconduct complained of was of a serious nature. It was not clear to me whether he's referring to the issue of the blue lights or the use of cat protection services and the two memoranda that were concluded in 2022. So
I'm clarified, and yes, that specificity is missing. So perhaps Chief Mapie, with reference to JM 28, you indicate the nature of alleged misconduct. Firstly, please specify which misconduct in particular does this document apply to, and then read into the record the nature of the alleged misconduct as you held on that date of the 24th of February 2023. So let's answer the first question. You had Commissioner Khumalo reminded that the number of complaints that you previously raised, including this State of the City address issues, the blue light saga, the conclusion of, or the deployment of CAT VIP services. So just so we are clear, the determination you made in February 24th of February, 3rd of March 2023, in relation to which incident does that determination apply?
thank you, SC. Commissioners, this started from the incident of the Blue Light saga. That is where the issues of misconduct will then be directed to the department to do that investigation. It also includes the issues of operational plans, which was altered, and the deployment, which it didn't follow procedures. So it is on page 176 on the main file, on the big file, those alleged misconduct.
You mean page 175?
175,
And perhaps
right at the
Chief-
bottom.
Yes, and maybe Chief read those into the record, what the charges were.
Allegations to fail to perform his duties.
Sorry, Chief, before you do, there is a heading
Yes.
that perhaps you should start with, and then you read what you have set out in that box.
The nature of alleged misconduct attached relevant documents. So there were relevant documents which were attached. But the first one was allegations of fail to perform his duties diligently and to the best of his ability. The next one was allegation of gross dishonesty. The next one was gross negligence. The next one was allegation of conduct relating to honesty and integrity. The last one was bringing SEO and EMPD into disrepute.
Please read the last one. Again, I think you misread.
Bringing COE
Yes.
and EMPD into disrepute.
Thank you. You had read it as CEO. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi.
I think maybe for the record, page 180 answers my question. Because it's quite clear from paragraph 2 of page 180 what is the misconduct referred to,
Yes.
which led to the suspension.
I agree with you, Commissioner Khumalo, and we will note, but perhaps it's a document you have also included, but you deal with it in your later paragraphs. We will get to it, and you will deal specifically with this annexure. So you don't have to address it now, lest we confuse ourselves, if that's okay, Chief Mapie.
Thank you.
Are you okay with that? Okay. That then takes us to your paragraph 98 at page 27.
Page 27, paragraph 98. A prosecutor was appointed and 6 charges were drawn against Brigadier Mkhwanazi in terms of the Disciplinary Procedure Collective Agreement, Circular 1 of 2018. A disciplinary hearing must be held within 3 months of the decision to institute proceedings. Paragraph number 99, there were delays in receiving the charge sheet on Brigadier Mkhwanazi. On 24th of May, 2023, Ms. Tsasheka, the HOD, HR, uplifted Brigadier Mkhwanazi's suspension with immediate effect and directed him to resume duty. In paragraph 100, upon his return, I deployed him to EMPD Operations Bylaw Enforcement Unit until the disciplinary case is finalized. In light of the serious charges he faced, I considered his return to his substantive post undesirable. I attach a copy of this redeployment letter marked J29. On paragraph 101, on the 15th of June 2023, HOD Human Resource Linda Kashega challenged my decision by deploying Brigadier Mkhwanazi, and she directed that he be deployed back to his substantive position. A letter of this is attached and marked J30. I responded to this letter on the 20th of June 2023, advising Ms. Kasheka that I, as the Chief of Police, had the power in terms of Section 64C of the SEPS Act to transfer members of the service in the EMPD, and a copy of this letter is attached, marked JM31.
Yes.
Paragraph 101, 102, on the 21st of June 2023, and the following discussion initiated by Ms. Qasheka and Advocate HOD Biare, HOD Legal Services, I was pressurized to hand over the docket relating to Brigadier Mkhwanazi to Advocate Biare, who is the head of Legal and Corporate. This I did as per my memorandum to Advocate Biare, dated the 21st of June 2023, a copy of which is attached and marked JM32.
On that score, if then I could invite you to page 180 of the big file. That is the document that Commissioner Khumalo referred to previously, and I said you will get to as you work through your statement. Commissioner Khumalo, perhaps then, with reference to this annexure, you may make your comments or pose the question to the witness.
Chief, in paragraph 97 of your statement, you said on 3 March 2023, and based on the outcomes of internal investigations, I determined that the misconduct complained of was of a serious nature. So my question was, which misconduct are you referring to in your statement? And based on the document that we see on page 180, it appears that the misconduct referred to is the one relating to the use of blue lights, because you say in paragraph 2 of your letter, on 2 February 2023, allegations of very serious misconduct, and I emphasize the words very serious misconduct, were received from the media, and then there was a subsequent internal investigation. Would that be a fair summary of what you had in mind in paragraph 97 of your statement?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank
that is
you.
correct.
Thank you.
Can I just check that though? If you look at that letter, and I'm just checking if what you have just agreed to is correct. If you look at that same letter, in the next paragraph, the third paragraph, you say the investigation revealed prima facie evidence, and the docket was scrutinized and signed off by me as Chief of Police. The officer was formally suspended on the 24th for a period of 3 months. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding of your evidence is that the suspension was not just for the blue lights issue. It was, you suspended him for the misconduct that we've just looked at page 175, where the tribunal was approved. Am I misunderstanding your evidence, Chief?
That is correct, Commissioner, but in the process, there is also the investigation which then needs to take place, including the blue light story, because once we have received that media communication, there is further investigation which then need to take place, which will include the blue light issues as well.
Chief Mape, may I pose this question perhaps for clarity? When you say media inquiry, what specifically, are you talking about the communication forwarded by the journalist, Mr. Jeff Wicks, around the blue light, the use of blue lights? Is that what you are referencing?
That is correct, SC.
To your recollection, did he reference any other alleged misconduct besides what we just colloquially call the blue light saga?
On that media clip, Commissioners, there were other issues which were also raised. The receiving of donation and the registration of vehicles, which we needed to identify immediately after we received that query from the media. There were vehicles which, when you test it on the system, it will indicate that it is an EMPD vehicle, but utilized by an external someone.
Okay.
So it was a mixture of all those kind of issues and allegations which we needed to investigate.
So then, would my understanding be correct that this whole process was triggered by an inquiry into the use of blue lights, but then it was beyond just the use of blue lights and involved other misconduct? Am I correct?
That is exactly correct, SC.
And when you requested the establishment of a disciplinary tribunal, it was for purposes of investigating all these complaints and the different misconducts, not just the use of blue lights. Am I correct?
That is correct, SC.
And so when he was suspended, as you state in your statement, it was for all these incidents of misconduct.
That is correct, SC, because as I've indicated even yesterday, that when he submitted his statement, the initial statement to the acting chief by then, who was Commissioner Spies, he implicated himself on a lot of other issues which we spoke about yesterday.
Yes.
Perhaps, Ms. Sillo, on the focus of the journalists' questions, we should look at the annexure itself and not just rely on the chief's recollection. I'm by no means impugning your recollection, Chief.
Absolutely.
Yes. Please guide us. Which annexure is it?
I will find it now. Chief, what we are doing, the chair would like you to address yourself to these issues with reference specifically to the inquiry as was received from the journalist. You understand? So I'm going to locate that annexure, and I will request that you answer all the questions with reference to that annexure. I think you did not annex the actual inquiry from.
Is it?
So
it was.
And here
oh,
is,
yes.
if we have regard to paragraph 39 of his statement, he says, during or about February 2023, the EMPD received an inquiry from a journalist, Mr. Jeff Wicks, regarding the use of blue lights in civilian vehicles with the seeming approval of the EMPD. At the time of this inquiry, I was on leave, and the Deputy Chief of Police Auxiliary and Support Services, Commissioner Rivo Spies, who was appointed the acting Chief of Police in my absence, took charge of this inquiry and initiated investigations into the allegations. So this was handled by Commissioner Spies, and at 42, Chief Mapie then says, upon my return from leave, Commissioner Spies made a report to me on this matter, advising that flowing from his investigations, he had referred the matter to Internal Affairs Unit in the Compliance Division, as well as to IPID. So that's as far as he takes it. Commissioner Spies, I can confirm, deals with this in more detail, providing the annexures.
I seem to recall seeing the...
It's from reading the other statement.
That's
yes.
From reading...
Indeed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
So we confirm that you didn't annex to your papers the actual inquiry received from the journalist. So we will not be taking you there. You are, what we are currently dealing with are the steps you took after you had received a report from Commissioner Spies, who had handled the entire investigation in your absence while he was acting chief of police. Is that correct?
That is correct, SC.
Okay. So we were still at page 180, and that is your annexure JM 33. And that is the letter that you had written to Advocate K. Bihari, HOD Corporate Legal Services, and Ms. Kasheka, the HOD Human Resources. You recall that?
That's correct, I recall, SC.
And you had testified that the disciplinary tribunal you had requested be established was in respect of various misconducts that had been unearthed in the course of internal investigations against Brigadier Mkhwanazi.
That is correct, SC.
And that they were not restricted to the use of blue lights.
That is correct, SC.
So, and I think that then, I think is a complete answer to the clarification that Commissioner Khumalo sought. But staying with the same annexure, I would like you to turn to page 181. And you do recall that at paragraph 99, if you could go there at page 27, you indicated that there were delays in serving the charge sheet on Brigadier Mkhwanazi. You remember that part?
That is correct, SC.
Now, with reference then to Annexure JM 33, that starts at 180, but specifically at 181, kindly read from the three paragraphs after you quote section 711. The first paragraph would start with the words, taking into consideration. You see that?
I could see that, SC.
If you could read the remainder of the letter into the record.
Taking into consideration of the above stipulation, it means that the charge sheets must be served on or before the 22nd of June 2023. This delay is of great concern as the alleged misconduct was exposed by the media, a very senior officer involved, and if is of such a serious nature that it will permanently damage not only the reputation of EMPD, but also of the city of Ekurhuleni, should the postponement of serving the charge sheets be furthermore postponed. A perception is also created that the officer involved and the very serious misconduct exposed are being protected and swept under the carpet. For your considered noting, agent attention and way forward is appreciated. Thank you. That's regards signed by myself.
Having introduced this annexure, annexure JM 32, going back to your statement then at 103, you deal with what transpired next. Firstly, was there a response, most importantly, a written response to your letter that is marked JM 32 that we have just dealt with, dated the 21st of June 2023? Was there a written response from the addressees, both Advocate K. Bihari and Ms. L. Kasheka, who were the people to whom you had addressed this letter? Did any one of them respond?
I didn't see anything on the bundle, but I've came across a document where Kemi Bihari responded the following day that he needs a meeting with the ED of IPIT and myself in order to address issues of protocols that when documents are delivered in the city, they must also via the city manager's office. That is what is drafted and sent to the ED iPad. That was the only response. He did not respond directly on what I've raised here.
Okay, now let's get this clear. You say you haven't provided us with that document, so it's not part of your bundle.
That's correct.
It's a document you subsequently have been able to locate.
That is correct, yes.
Would you be able to furnish us with that document? Later, doesn't have to be now.
Later, I can do that, SC.
Based on what I'm going to raise, to the extent that it is relevant, then you'll give us a copy. We will update the files and we'll include it in the bundles. But my question is, I haven't seen the document you referenced, so I'm relying on your understanding of its contents. Do you understand that letter from Advocate Bihari to be a specific response to your letter at page 150 dated the 21st of June 2023, the letter we have just looked at? Was it a response to this letter or was it raising other issues?
He was raising other issues.
Okay.
It was not in response to what I've raised to him.
Okay.
On the letter.
Then I will not be adding that annexure because it's not dealing with this specific letter. I take note of what you have said. To the extent that it may be necessary to add it on other issues, I shall do so at that juncture. But for the moment, my question is, did any of the two, Advocate Bihari and Mr. Sheka, respond to you after receipt of this specific letter at page 180, the letter of the 21st of June, 2023?
That is not the only follow-up instruction I've received. It was from the city manager that same day, on the 22nd, that I must withdraw my internal investigation processes.
Bear with me for a second, Chief Mapie. We will then deal with what happens next.
Okay.
I'm still at my question. Did Advocate Bihari and or Mr. Sheka in writing respond to your letter? Please look at your letter at page 180, the one of the 21st of June 2023. Did you ever receive a response from any of the two?
I did not receive any response from both of them.
Thank you. Turning then to your statement at page 28. Yes.
Before you do this, you do that, sorry, Ms. Elo. That letter at page 180, the very last paragraph, Chief, it reads, the appointed presiding officer compiled 6 charges after perusing the investigation docket. And then if you, so that's at 180 in your letter. If you go back to page 175, that document where you were requesting a constitution of a tribunal, you've got a list of 5 charges or allegations that he would be required to respond to. But here in your letter you say 6. Is it because the charge sheet had 6? And can we get a copy of the charge sheet?
If the Commissioner can please repeat the question.
Okay, so at 180?
Page 180.
Yes, of that big bundle, the letter that you've just been looking at now to Advocate Behari.
I've got it, Commissioner.
If you go to the very last paragraph on that page, which reads the appointed presenting officer, you see where I am?
I could see, Commissioner.
Okay, and then it reads the presenting officer compiled 6 charges after perusing the investigation docket. You see where I'm reading?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Now, just don't close that page. Keep your finger there and then go back to 175. It's your request for a disciplinary tribunal at page 175.
That
And
is
then
correct,
there's a
Commissioner.
list there of the charges, of the alleged misconduct rather, and it's 5 items. You see where I'm reading?
I could see, Commissioner.
Yes, the question I'm asking is, your letter speaks of 6 charges that are now in the discipline, that were prepared by the presenting officer. You can either get a copy of that or you can tell us what were those 6 charges.
Okay, Commissioner, on page 175,
Yes,
when this report was then sent to Labor Relations, they will appoint a tribunal presenting officer who will then go through, and if there's a need, there could be other charges which were added.
yes.
That is why on page 180, I think there's now another charge, which is 6
Okay,
charges.
and do you remember offhand what that additional charge was?
I wouldn't say as seated here, Chair, but those charges, they are, whether they're in the bundles or not, but they are there, those charges, the
There's a-
6 charges.
There's a charge sheet somewhere.
There's a charge sheet somewhere.
All right, thank you.
May I try and assist? Chief Mapia, you are correct. There's a charge sheet somewhere, and that charge sheet lies in a witnesses bundle. So there will be a witness who will be dealing specifically with these issues, and that is where the charge sheet is attached. And we will address the issues at that juncture, if I may request.
Thank you, Ms. Silla.
Thank you. So I do confirm, Chief Mapia, that the charge sheet will, be presented before the commission in due course, but not necessarily through you, because you were not involved in that aspect of things, formulating the charges and the like. Are you happy with that?
Noted, SC.
Thank you. I refer us then to page 28 of your statement. We are now at paragraph 103, and from paragraph 103 you deal with what happened subsequent to your issue of the letter of the 21st of June 2023 to Advocate Bihari and to Mr. Sheka. Just to orientate us. You issued the letter, you confirmed that neither responded to your letter. So from paragraph 103, you then state what subsequently transpired. Can you deal with that?
On page 28, 103, I was also instructed to withdraw charges against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. I addressed a letter to Brigadier Mkhwanazi advising that I had taken a decision to withdraw the internal investigation process and redeploy him to his substantive position. The effect of this letter was not to withdraw the disciplinary processes. In fact, it was deliberately meaningless, as it purported to withdraw an internal investigation which at the time had been completed and on the basis of which charges had been formulated. This I did in a bid to stop the consistent harassment I was facing from the city manager and the 2 head of departments. In fact, therefore, the disciplinary process has not been withdrawn. I attach a copy of the letter marked JM 33.
May I invite us then to JM 33, which is in your big bundle from page 182. And according to, as you located, according to what you state in your paragraph 103, this is a letter you addressed to Brigadier Mkhwanazi after you had been instructed to do so.
That is correct, SC.
Before we get into the content of the letter, you say I was instructed to withdraw the charges against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. Who instructed you to withdraw those charges?
I was instructed by the city manager, Dr. Imogen Mashazi.
How did she instruct you? Did she write you a note to instruct you? Was it verbal? Could you tell the commissioners under what circumstances that instruction was issued to you?
She instructed me verbally. She did not put it in writing.
And that is what led to you to produce the letter to Brigadier Mkhwanazi?
That is correct.
That is then at page 182, according to your statement, that's marked JM 33.
That is correct, SC.
It's a fairly short letter. Could you quickly read it into the record? For the record, it's dated the 22nd of June, 2023. And once again, for the record, it is signed at the bottom. Is that your signature?
That is correct, SC.
It is addressed to J. Mkhwanazi, Director, Specialized Services, EMPD, copying G. Mzolo, Deputy Chief of Police, EMPD, and Dr. I. Mashazi, City Manager, COE.
That is correct, SC.
If you could, and the subject matter is disciplinary matter, J. Mkhwanazi, and then you give his pay details and how he's identified in the system. Could you read into the record the body of that letter?
On the 2nd of February, 2023, allegations of a very serious misconduct were received from the media query from News 24 journalist, Mr. Jeff Weeks, which implicated yourself and was subsequently investigated by the Internal Affairs Section, EMPD. To date, the matter has not been concluded. I, as the Municipal Police Commissioner, have taken a decision to withdraw the internal investigation process under the case number 0302-2023 and herewith redeploy you back to your substantive position of Director Specialized Services as from 26 June 2023. Hoping you find this in order, then I'll append my signature.
And in your paragraph 103, you indicate that you use the words, and I quote, I quote, withdraw the internal investigation process. And you have testified and you have in your statement that you used those words deliberately and that they are meaningless because the actual investigation process had been concluded. Is that correct? So the use of the words withdrawal of internal investigation processes was deliberate on your part?
That was correct, SC.
Chief, I'm sorry.
Yes, it's Chair.
Chief, is that not an after-the-fact rationalization or justification? I'm asking this because what did you think the understanding of the readers of the letter would be? Would they not understand that you are basically saying that everything now has come to an end, you are withdrawing everything? Would that not be the reading of, would that not be the objective reading?
To me, not, Commissioner, in the sense that the investigation, our internal investigation, has already been concluded and charge sheets have already been drawn by labor relations and the people whom they were appointed to deal with the matter.
Tell me, or please continue, I'm sorry.
And I received an instruction that I must withdraw my internal investigations, of which I did do that letter.
Please tell me why you think a reader would have understood what you meant, what you subjectively meant.
Commissioner, after receiving the instruction that I must withdraw my internal processes, because the I-paid personnel always when they come to the department to do further inquiries, they will link up with the internal affairs unit to get much more information. And by then, our process, our internal processes, we have already concluded. It was already at a stage where it has been handed over to the tribunal where they have already prepared drawing up the charges. But because of the pressure and the harassment I was getting with regard to this case specifically, I felt that it was appropriate for me to also partially show that I am listening to that instruction, which didn't carry, in fact, any good weight in the case itself.
And how did you expect matters to unfold from that point onwards? That is, after you had written this letter. Did you expect anybody to continue with the prosecution of the disciplinary matter?
Chair, the powers with regard to disciplinary proceedings in the city, it was delegated to a divisional head, labor relations. The one who then appointed even the tribunal itself. The two other colleagues, which is Kemi Bihare and Linda Kasheka, they came in this matter. Meanwhile, by then, it was not even delegated that they can handle this matters. They only came in the picture when it was only this case of Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. All other employees, we followed the process to the latter, where labor relations will do the rest with the appointment until the case is finalized. So this, out of all the employees in the city, this was the only matter which people have now to come in who were not delegated by then to do that. I think the labor relation expert, once he comes in here, he will be able to address that breach, that gap, which I'm not maybe giving it 100% to the commission.
Yes. Let me perhaps ask my question differently. In the face of your letter, did you expect the prosecution of the matter, that is the disciplinary proceedings, did you expect those to continue?
Commissioners, I expected the matter to continue. Even after that letter, I further requested further engagement as well with the ED of IPID.
And did you think the readers of your letter would understand you to expect the proceedings to continue?
I expected that, Commissioner, in the sense that I was specific that I'm not saying the case must collapse and there shall no further proceeding with that case.
Let me say this to you. Coming in cold, there is someone like me who knew nothing about the background, and reading your letter, I would understand your letter to be killing the entire DC process, or to be bringing the entire DC process to an end. Do you wish to comment on that?
I will disagree with that, Commissioner, that I was specific that I am withdrawing our internal investigation processes, which is the team I was heading. I wouldn't know what another reader can come with a certain conclusion, but I don't dispute what also the Commissioner is raising to me.
Thank you, Chief. Mapia.
Thank you, Chair.
Chief, Ms. Leita.
Yes, Commissioner Maule.
Chief, it's a follow-up on this question. The city manager gives an instruction to you. You say the instruction was to withdraw the charges. Realistically, could employee relations proceed with this disciplinary action in the light of that kind of instruction? If they become aware of it, that the city manager has instructed you to withdraw the charges, could employee relations realistically proceed with the disciplinary hearing?
Thanks, Commissioner. The instruction, I think the city manager, she's aware of who is responsible of drawing even the charges and the stage where that case was. She could have even instructed labor relations, the person who is in charge of drawing those charges, to withdraw. But all what I was told is that I must withdraw my internal investigations, whilst labor relations has already advanced themselves with even preparing the charges and appointing the disciplinary tribunal.
Well, your statement says the instruction was to withdraw the charges, not the investigation. You've drawn a distinction between the charges and the investigation and explained that's how you wrote your letter intentionally. But the instruction, according to you, in paragraph 103, was that you should withdraw the charges. So my question is based on what you say, that now there's an instruction from the boss of the institution to you. Employee relations becomes aware of it. Could they proceed with this decision, even if you wished for it to continue? Could employee relations continue with this disciplinary hearing now that the CEO has issued an instruction?
Regardless whether the instruction was issued to withdraw the case, technically I did not accede to that. Facing all the harassment I was going through and how I then worded my letter of the withdrawal of my internal investigation.
All right, and then, okay. Chief, when the city manager gave you the instruction to withdraw the charges, did she say why? Did she give you reasons for that instruction?
She told me that myself and the divisional head labor relations, we must stop to be personal to Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. So of which there is no issues of personality here, it's just issues of principle and police principle and discipline. I cannot be found being selective in implementing discipline in my own department.
So other than saying to you, you must stop being personal, you and the employee relations manager, other than that, she did not give you a reason why this disciplinary charges must be discontinued?
She did not.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Chief, I'm not concerned with interpretation. Chair asked you about interpretation of the letter. We are now looking backwards. We're looking back 2 years. Factually, what happened? After you issued this letter, factually, did the city continue with the charges against Brigadier Mkhwanazi?
After the issuance of this letter?
Yes.
I think the divisional head labor relations will then be better placed to explain the immediate processes which took place thereafter. Because charge sheets were supposed to be delivered to Julius Mkhwanazi. I wouldn't have the dates, but the Divisional Labor Relations will address that.
I think maybe let's leave it there for now.
Thank you, Commissioners. and before we leave that issue, I'm going to ask perhaps what is might be considered an unfair question, and I must say it's a technical question. So if it is too technical and doesn't fall particularly within your area of expertise, please indicate. In your experience, in the EMPD particularly, once you have requested the establishment of a disciplinary tribunal and you have articulated the misconduct that you think an employee should be subjected thereto, you await an approval for the establishment of that tribunal, do you? Or do you depart from the premise that it will be established? So what you term your request for the establishment of a disciplinary tribunal, is it subject to somebody's approval? Can your request be turned down?
The appointment of a tribunal is delegated to the divisional head of labor relations and human resource.
Okay, now with reference to page 175, your annexure 28, and that is your request for disciplinary tribunal. Are you there?
That is correct.
And that document, it does state that an accusation of misconduct is brought in terms of the disciplinary procedure against, and then you provide the details. It then requires you to lay out the nature of the alleged misconduct and overlift. It then requires you to make a choice between a departmental inquiry and a disciplinary tribunal.
That is correct, SC.
Here you make your choice and you say you are requesting for the establishment of a disciplinary tribunal. It then has space for the senior manager employee relations to, I guess, express themselves or a recommendation to human resources. And then lastly, that is the approval step. Once your request for the establishment of a disciplinary tribunal has been upheld, what power would you have over what that tribunal next does? Do you know whether, you might not have confronted such a situation previously and you wouldn't know, I accept that, but do you hand over the case to the tribunal, or do you still retain some powers over what that tribunal does? Would you know? In terms of policy within the EMPD and perhaps the law, which I wouldn't necessarily expect you to be quite au fait with. Are you able to give us an indication, or are these matters you'd suggest we take up with somebody from employee relations?
Once the determination has been made from the department, which was on that page 176,
yes,
where I have requested for establishment of a disciplinary tribunal, that docket is immediately handed over to labor relations. It could happen with labor relations that they pick up other issues which they feel that we cannot proceed with the case. So they will always talk to me, but this was not the case. They receive it, then they started their process to appoint.
And you indicated that they established a tribunal, and I think they appointed a prosecutor and they prepared the charges.
That is correct, Chair.
At that juncture, who owns that process? And I use that word very loosely.
That is labor relations delegated to the divisional head.
Would you have authority to interfere with that process, to direct it, or to achieve a particular outcome, in your understanding?
I wouldn't have an influence on that process.
Okay. Thank you. I would then turn us to your paragraph 104. And you deal with a different matter here. We're at a point where you have issued the letter to Brigadier Mkhwanazi in telling him that you have taken a decision to, quote unquote, withdraw internal investigation processes. You then turn to, at 104, to a later incident of the 15th of August 20.
The city manager, that myself and Brigadier Spies, Commissioner Spies, she has been told we are the ones that we are the ones who are pushing this case of discipline from IPID side, that Julius must be prosecuted. And if I continue, my name Commissioner Spies and Commissioner Spies will be handed over to the hitmen. She mentioned a person called Mswati. But regardless, it didn't scare me because I did not know even this Mswati is. So that's where I spoke about issues of intimidation in the past. I'm okay, but I'm okay to then move to 104.
Before you do so, then if
Was this at a meeting, or how did the CEO or the city manager communicate this to you and Commissioner Spies?
Commissioner Spies was not with me. I was just with her when she told me that she has learned that it's myself and Commissioner Spies who are persuading this matter of Julius Mkhwanazi. So, well, I even relayed this on the same day to Spies as well, because I wanted him now to also take precautionary measures wherever he could be traveling.
Subsequent to that, did you receive any threats, you personally?
Not directly, but one cannot confirm, because where I reside, I've got cameras in my house. I have picked up certain vehicles which I cannot say I'm linking them with this case. So I never received any direct threat. But maybe I will also be able to address this at a later stage, because the HOD or ED IPID, she has assisted us in getting the relevant people to come and do threat assessment around myself, because she said she needs to do threat assessment around my life, and Revo Spies and Mr. Ngqiza, Kolane Ngqiza, and Kilebukhile Tepa, who is also one of the witnesses who will be coming forward. So she assigned a team who came to do threat assessment.
Well, thank you. I'm asking this in the context of what one has read in the statement of Commissioner Spies, but I will leave it there. We will hear more from Commissioner Spies on this. That is the question of threats.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Chief, this conversation you referred to with the city manager, was it before or after you had been instructed to withdraw the charges, the disciplinary charges?
It was before, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Can't remember just the date, but it was before.
All right. And then in the spirit of the chair of corrections, you said Ngqiza. I now know it's Ngqiza. And I'm told I should spell it for the record, Ngqiza, N-C-I-Z-A.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Baloyi, for a second there, I thought we were talking about the Chair of Correctional Services, and I didn't understand where exactly it fits in, but I think I now understand who you meant. Chief Mapie, you've just testified that the city manager threatened you, and if I understood you correctly, you said to call a hitman on you. Can you restate that? And then you gave a name that you say she mentioned.
She indicated that she will hand over, that was the name she utilized.
Yes.
She will hand over myself and Mr. Ngqiza to the hitmen and quoted Mr. Mkhwanazi.
And you indicated that at the time you didn't know who that was.
I really didn't worry. In my heart, I said, let it be.
My question is, did you know who she was talking about when she said Mr. Mkhwanazi?
I did not know who this Mr. Mkhwanazi was.
That was in 2023. Between then and now, have you since learnt who that Mr. Mkhwanazi is or was?
I happened to learn at a later stage who
How?
Mr. Mkhwanazi was.
When and how?
I was with a colleague somewhere in Kempton Park who, whilst we were having a breakfast, me and him, this colleague, he told me that he is going to a memorial service of a gentleman so-called Mkhwanazi. That's when I've asked this colleague, who is this Mkhwanazi? Then he explained to me that he's one of the hitmen in the country, having some whether taxi businesses, but that's the information what he gave me.
Okay. And still, you remained unmoved.
That's correct.
Okay. You informed the commissioners of what the city manager allegedly said to you when she issued the instruction to withdraw the charges against Mr. Mkhwanazi, Brigadier Mkhwanazi. And you said that she alleged that you and Commissioner Spies are the main drivers behind these charges and you just want to persecute Brigadier Mkhwanazi. In summary, I'm paraphrasing. Did I understand you correctly?
That is correct, SC.
Okay. Now, we've dealt with this document before, but if I could take us back to Annexure 27 at paragraph 174. You remember this document, it's the letter you wrote to the executive director of IPID.
That is on page 20?
174 of the big file.
174.
Of the big file, apologies.
I've got it, SC.
We have dealt with this document before when we were having a discussion around engagements and referrals to IP, do you recall?
That is correct, SC.
Okay. It's that letter then, as I said, you wrote to the Executive Director IP dated the 26th of January 2024, and this technically is 6 months after you quote unquote withdrew the investigative process. Is that right?
That's correct, SC.
Please read into the record paragraph 1, numbered 1 of that letter.
During 2023, I personally reported to you that one of your investigators, Mr. Makakula, reported in person to the city manager of COE, Dr. Mkhwanazi, that myself and Deputy Commissioner Spies are the people who are pushing the IP investigation into J. Mkhwanazi, EMPD, while nothing could be further from the truth.
So you indicate that in 2023, and you tell the Executive Director IPID, or you remind her that in 2023 you personally told her that Mr. Magagula said to the city manager that you two are personally pushing this issue of disciplinary charges against Mr. Mkhwanazi.
That is correct, SC.
And this you recount to her in January 2024.
That is correct, SC.
And today you say that is precisely what Dr. Mkhwanazi had actually said to you in or around June 2023 when she instructed you to withdraw those charges.
SC, if I will add to the commission, how this came about, she personally told me that the investigator from IPID was in her office, who told her that I'm the one and Mrs. Peace was pushing this case. There's no case here. Whilst they were seated, the two of them in the office, I happened to call this Mr. Makakula. Then he took the phone and showed her that, you see what I'm telling you? Here's the chief of police is busy calling me. So she related that message to me after they had that incident, that I'm the one who was pushing, because this gentleman came and I happened to phone to this Makakula, and Makakula showed her that what I'm telling you, these are the people who are troubling me. Here's the proof.
Thank you. Once again, then I invite us back to paragraph 103. We are about to move over to that incident of the 15th of August 2023, and you had requested to make some comments regarding the disciplinary process against Mr. Mkhwanazi. So we've just completed that now. You satisfied you've covered everything you wanted to cover?
That is correct, SC.
Thank you. Then back to your page 28, paragraph 104, as I indicated, this is an incident you say happened on the 15th of August 2023. Do you see, that's how the paragraph starts. Do you see where I'm reading?
Okay, 104, yes, I can see, SC.
So can you relate then the incidents of that day to the commissioners and deal with what you set out in the succeeding paragraphs? Thank you.
On page 28, 104, paragraph 104, on the 15th of August, I delivered to the city manager the letter of intent to institute proceedings regarding the precious stones theft allegedly committed by members of EMPD who were reporting directly to Brigadier Mkhwanazi. When I delivered it to her, she challenged me on the fact that the letter does not make any reference to Brigadier Mkhwanazi, and neither does he appears in the attached pictures. She suggested that I was persecuting Brigadier Mkhwanazi, and I was biased towards him and treated to suspend me with immediate effect. She immediately corrected herself and told me that she was actually suspending me with immediate effect.
Please proceed.
On the 17th of August, 2023, the city manager called a meeting at which she claimed the department was dysfunctional, and having at the conclusion of which she stated that she had decided that I shall take special leave with immediate effect so that I can clear my head, rest, and come back neutral with no bias. I was placed on leave on the 30th for 30 days leave.
Now, with regard to what you stated, paragraph 105, you have the words in quotation marks. You say she stated that she had decided that you should take special leave with immediate effect so that you, Chief Mapie, quote, can clear your head, rest, and come back neutral with no bias, end of quote. What did she mean by that? What does that phrase mean, or those words? Or perhaps put differently, is there anything of significance that had transpired before that would perhaps help us better understand what those words mean?
I think it's very important, Essie, that when I came to deliver, the morning of the day I went to deliver, it's on the dates here, when I came to deliver the letter of demand which was served by the sheriff of the court to my office, it included the case we spoke about the precious stones of 45 million. It was then brought to my office by a sheriff of the court.
Yes, and that is the letter that with the pictures that we dealt with before, and you said the matter was since taken up by IPID.
That is correct.
Correct.
I took that letter, I went to the city manager and said, ma'am, I've just received another complaint. This is the complaint I've received. Our officers, they went beyond our area of jurisdiction into Joburg. They have robbed someone about these precious stones. Now the sheriff of the court has delivered this document to me. There were pictures of our officers on that document. Could clearly see that it were our officers. So when I was addressing her with that report, I showed her that these are our officers. She then said to me, let me see. Then she paged. She couldn't see Julia's name or picture on that document. She said to me, where's Julia's picture here? I said, ma'am, these officers, they report to Julius. I'm just highlighting that to you. She then said to me, I told you that you are personal to Julius. Where's Julius' pictures here? If I can listen to stories about you, I can even suspend you with immediate effect so that you can feel what Julius is feeling. In fact, I'm suspending you with immediate effect. I then requested that, can't you please allow me to go and clear my office until Friday? She agreed on that it's fine. You will go home on Friday. Subsequent to that, is then the meeting of the 17th of August, 2023. When we arrived at this meeting, she had called my management team. From what I have observed and I've seen, my subordinates, they've communicated earlier about this meeting of the 17th. They had an insight of what is going to happen because there were WhatsApp which were flying. I didn't come to the attention of that WhatsApp, but there were WhatsApps. We were called into that meeting. There are minutes which were noted. We took our own minutes, but I don't know whether they are in this bundle.
No, I'll confirm you don't have any minutes in your bundle. Did you personally take what you call minutes?
I made notes, but Commissioner Spies took the minutes.
Okay.
And
no, then if the minutes were not taken by you, they would not be here. Thank you.
Immediately after the conclusion of that meeting, on the 17th of August, she asked everyone in that meeting, she said, the department is dysfunctional. I want to know what is happening because there's no productivity and people are investigating each other. Then Brigadier Julius started, Mkhwanazi, and stated to her, ma'am, we have got no chief of police here. I don't respect this man. I don't know whether I must salute him or not. He went on saying that he came to my office and waited for me for 8 hours. I did not attend to him. But all those are in those minutes which were taken by Spies. From there, he indicated certain individuals. He said, Commissioner Spies, he is a de facto chief of police in my department. Mr. Kolani Mwiza is also one of the de facto chief in my department. He mentioned the staff officer, that is Ivan Duplessis, who gives instruction in the department. He mentioned Kilebuhile Tepa, who is our media officer. At the end of the meeting, while other directors or brigadiers, they made their comments that no, we're having challenges of uniform, petty other issues. But once the meeting was concluded, she then said, regardless of all what I've listened here, I'm sending you on special leave with immediate effect for 30 days. That was on the 17th of August.
And you say, at what, it was at the time she told you she's sending on special leave for 30 days, she stated that so that you can clear your head, rest and come back neutral with no bias. It came at the end of that meeting you're suggesting.
She did not state that on the 17th of August. This was stated a day later. I think the letter I've received of special leave, it was on the 18th, the following day.
Okay.
Here she concluded that she is sending me on special leave with immediate effect in front of my subordinate, which I was so embarrassed. I have got protectors. Immediately when we leave the meeting, some junior members of mine, especially Brigadier Mkhwanazi, called and said, no, those protectors must be taken away. So
Okay.
it was done right in the mid when we concluded that meeting. At the conclusion of that meeting, Brigadier Mkhwanazi circulated a WhatsApp to subordinate or officers of Metro Police that the chief of police has been sent on special leave. Now the person who will be acting, it will be Deputy Chief Mzolo and the city manager. Now it's time that we must pick up the pieces and address the stature. That was his WhatsApp to EMPD officials.
As you say, it's not a WhatsApp you received.
I came across that WhatsApp, the one he has sent to officers after that meeting.
Do you have a copy of that WhatsApp? Were you able to lay your hands on it even thereafter?
I've got a copy of that WhatsApp because I even sent that WhatsApp back to my boss, the city manager, that this to me was uncalled for, that officers can disrespect me in her presence, right in front of her presence, and even the power to send messages to my subordinate, all officers in the city.
Okay. All right. So then, as of the 17th of August, or a day later, you were on special leave.
That is correct, I see.
Sorry, Mr. Law, maybe before you proceed,
Yes.
just one question. In that meeting of the 17th, where you say Brigadier Mkhwanazi said he doesn't even know whether he should salute you, we don't have a chief of police, did the city manager reprimand him? Or say anything that sounded like a reprimand to what on the face of it appears like gross insubordination?
Commissioner, that was my concern. He was never reprimanded in front of my juniors as well. And those minutes we took, I think we managed to forward them to the office of the SC, but he was not reprimanded.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Sorry, maybe another question, sorry. It's one paragraph back where you take this letter, paragraph 104, where you are taking this letter of demand of intent to institute proceedings at paragraph 104. You say you take it to the city manager, and this is where he says you've got something personal against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. Did the city manager dispute that the people in the picture, you say there were pictures, did she dispute that those people report to Brigadier Mkhwanazi?
She did not dispute that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. You make conclusions in paragraph 106 after you have narrated all that transpired prior to and on the day of your being placed on special leave. So could you deal with paragraphs 106 and 107?
Paragraph 106 on page 29, there was a clear and deliberate decision by the city manager and the HOD, HR, not to prosecute Brigadier Mkhwanazi for these transgressions. On the contrary, concerted efforts to protect him were made. On 107, Advocate Bihare, as HOD Legal Services, appointed a firm to conduct an investigation into whistleblower allegations made against inter alia Brigadier Mkhwanazi, which were published in the press. Advocate Bihare appointed an entity called the forensic firm to conduct this investigation. The investigation report dated 20 June 2024 is attached, marked JM 34.
You deal then at paragraphs 108 to 110 with some of the conclusions that report drew, but you don't expound on them. In light of the fact that another witness will come deal in more detail with the detail of that report, may I suggest that we don't deal with what you state from 108 to 110, because you do reference the paragraph numbers in the report. And when the right witness comes, they will cover that part of your evidence, or the evidence you would have tendered otherwise in their absence. Is that acceptable to you?
Thank you, SC. I appreciate
Then
that.
that would take us to your paragraph 111 at page 30. If you could read that into the record.
On page 30, 111, as a result, to date, the IPID recommendation that Brigadier Mkhwanazi be disciplined has not been given effect to.
As a matter of interest, what's your understanding? You receive an IPID report with a recommendation. In this case, institute disciplinary proceedings against a specific member of the service. Who is to give effect to that recommendation in the context of the EMPD? Would it be yourself? Would it be his direct superior, the city manager, employee relations? Are you able to assist us with that?
SC, could I please request and correct myself on page 30, 111?
Yes.
Because the statement there states that as a result, to date, the IPID recommendation that Brigadier Mkhwanazi be disciplined has not been given effect to. I think the word to date, it might be incorrect for me because I'm not at work.
Okay.
So my last time when I left work was on the 25th of September, 2024. So I do not know what then happened from the 25th of September.
That's an important correction. You are correct, and I appreciate that.
Is it fair to say subsequent to the IPID report, Brigadier Mkhwanazi was in fact promoted to the position of Deputy Chief of Police? Because when the IPID report was sent to you, he was not Deputy Chief of Police. He became Chief of Police in December of 2023, which is a month or two after you received the IPID report.
That is correct, Commissioner. But can I please respond to the question? Could I get it very clear from the SC again?
Yes, sir.
The one I've disturbed you whilst you were asking?
No. We'll revert Commissioner Khumalo. I had said the correction you are making to your statement is very important, and it's noted, Julie, and it's on the record. Your statement had read, as a result, to date, the IPID recommendation that Brigadier Mkhwanazi be disciplined has not been given effect to. You wanted to highlight that you cannot really speak about what transpired since your day of suspension. So you can't use the term to date, because it could have been instituted after the 24th of September 2024, which is your suspension date.
That is correct.
We have corrected that, and the record will show that correction, that what you intend to express is that as a result, until 25th September 2024, which is your date of suspension, the IPID recommendation that Brigadier Mkhwanazi be disciplined had not been given effect to. That's as far as you can take it.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Now, what Commissioner Khumalo highlights to you, makes a comment that it would appear that at least up until your date of suspension, not only were the recommendations not given effect to, in fact, Brigadier Mkhwanazi was promoted to Deputy Chief. That's what he wanted to engage you on. And he stated that because as at the date of the IPID report being served on EMPD, he was still in his previous position, and he was not a deputy chief. This was prior to December, the 1st of December 2023, which you say is the date that you learn he was sort of made deputy chief. Is that correct?
He was appointed on the 1st of December 2023. That's correct.
And by then, the IPID report was in hand. It had been served. Or that is the date you are struggling with, huh?
I know that the IP report was there already.
Yes, and that is the point that the
Yes.
commissioner is making.
Yes.
So he's saying not only was the IPID recommendation not acted upon, at least up until you were then placed on suspension, in that period instead, he actually was promoted to a higher rank. And he wanted to invite your comment on that. Do you
That is-
agree with that statement?
I agree with that statement that
Okay.
when I came back after my 30 days, that was in 2023, then Brigadier Mkhwanazi was then appointed on the 1st of December 2023
Okay,
as a deputy chief.
thank you. Chair.
Chief Mapia, now that we are at this point, let me raise with you, but I do not know if you'll be able to assist, issues relating to documents that we're going to ask for right at the end. Are you aware of any letter of appointment which promoted Brigadier Mkhwanazi? Or
Commissioner,
in terms of which Brigadier Mkhwanazi was promoted? A letter, something written.
Commissioner, I've indicated earlier that I haven't seen that appointment letter.
Then perhaps, in fact, what I was saying we were going to raise right at the end would have been directed more to you than to the chief, Ms. Silva. That is, maybe let me just raise all of them at this stage.
Perhaps, may I respond to this one?
Yes,
Because
yes.
my response to whatever the documents you raise might differ. I do confirm that I think in his testimony, Chief Mapia indicated that he's never seen such a letter. Our undertaking is we will go back to our witnesses to determine firstly whether such letter exists, and secondly to find the right witness through whom to introduce that document. Thank you.
Thank you. And also correspondence relating to Brigadier Mkhwanazi's vetting or lack thereof, please.
Correspondence relating to Advocate Mkhwanazi's vetting.
Brigadier. Yes. With that too, you'll see who to introduce it, or rather, who the witness to introduce it should be. And then the files relating to the disciplinary processes, relating to the employees, I think it was 2, who were terminated but later re-employed. We would like to see that as well.
Chair, perhaps it's the end of the week and it's been a long week. Could the chair assist in identifying?
Yes. There were 2, I hope I'm correct with the number, 2 officers, EMPD officers, who were subjected to DC processes and terminated, but who were later re-employed.
Can I just check with the witness, because
Yes.
the 2 I understand were on suspension, and then they were brought back. And
From
the
suspension.
witness from
Yes.
suspension, and the witness said they were allocated to different functions, but it was instead insisted that they go back to their substantive positions. So I don't know if those are the 2 witnesses we're talking about, or whether, or those are the ones.
Yes, those are the ones.
Okay.
Yes.
Then,
I just pray that the files are not too bulky, but we just want to get an idea of what happened there.
Yes, there is a witness to speak to that. We'll just have to ensure that they produce the right documents. Yes,
Thank
Chair.
you, thank you.
Ms. Lo, perhaps we may want to correct, you can put it to, you can decide how you put it to the chief. You have, I think, following on Commissioner Kumalo's last question, you put it was put as a fact that Brigadier Mkhwanazi was promoted on the 1st of December. I've lost that paragraph here, but what the witness said was that he next saw Brigadier Mkhwanazi the first week of December, and this time he was wearing the insignia. I think that's what it was called.
Yes.
That's all he says. He didn't say that he was promoted on the 1st of December. And to the extent that the proposition that is being made is that he was promoted following, a date after the IPID report, which is not acted upon, I think we do need to be sure that that is factually accurate.
I will pose the question to the witness, but before I do
Yes.
so, Commissioner, if I may refer you to paragraph 24 of
Okay.
the statement at page 8.
Okay?
That's where Chief Mapie says, on 1st December 23, Brigadier Mkhwanazi was purportedly appointed to Deputy Chief. So he states that. Read with paragraph 68. So he did indicate that he does not have the letter appointing him to that position. At 68, he then says, I next saw him, I think, during the first week of December.
Okay, maybe then let me ask the question.
Yes.
Let me ask the chief the question. Chief Mapie, do you know as a fact that Brigadier Mkhwanazi was promoted on the 1st of December? As a matter of fact, you know that?
I cannot confirm that because I didn't see the letter appointing him that as from the first. As I've earlier indicated as well, the letter I wrote to the HOD Human Resource. On the first week of December, it's when I saw him wearing the rank of a Deputy Chief of Police.
And when you earlier said he was appointed on the 1st, and where you say purportedly on the 1st of December, are you saying that because in that first week you saw him dressed the way that you say, or is there another reason why you say the 1st of December?
Prior to that, this information will be with the next witness, which is Commissioner Spies, because he is running the auxiliary and support services of Metropolis. I'm told that Julius went there just before the 1st to demand the rank from the staff who are dealing with those assets. And they refused to give him, they wanted a letter. But Space has got all these facts. It seems the letter he finally produced it, which came from the office of the city manager. So, but I did not also see that letter.
Okay, so Commissioner Spies is the right person to speak to.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner's Chair. If I may, to the documents we called upon to produce, so we don't bring the wrong documents. The third lot, if I understood the Chair correctly, is a request for files relating to the 2 employees who were terminated and re-employed. May I refer us to paragraph 86 of the statement? And 86. In a bid to understand whether it is in respect of those employees that the documents are required or something else. At 86, Chief Mapie states, as Commissioner Spies will elaborate further during his testimony, the disciplinary process is initiated against them. Those were the members implicated in the criminal conduct. They were continuously frustrated internally. No, there were continuous frustrations internally or intention to frustrate the process. And they, meaning the two employees, were reassigned to their substantive positions and their service weapons restored to them.
Yes.
My
It
check
seems perhaps
is that where
it's-
the query comes from?
That's the yes.
Okay.
But it seems perhaps that the reference to termination was erroneous. Yes.
So then,
Thank
insofar that it's not termination, but that is what the documents are interested to address, as the witnesses, the next witness, Commissioner Spies, will address them himself to that.
Yes,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Thank you.
We've taken note of the rest of the request and we will deal with it. Thank you, Chair. You very briefly, in your last chapter, deal with what you call the laying of trumped up charges against you. And by briefly, I mean you very briefly, you don't, besides indicating that you were suspended on the 25th September 2024 on bogus claims that you had sexually harassed a fellow officer, and you attach as JM35 a copy of that suspension letter, you do not deal with the content really of the charges, and I'm not inviting you to necessarily. I want you to make then just your brief concluding remarks about these so-called, what you call trumped up charges. You talk about where the process is, what the next step is, and what you understand has subsequently transpired. That you do from paragraph 113 at page 30.
See, are you saying I must just conclude, I must just concentrate on page 31?
Yeah,
On
we
the
are now
co- on the
at page
conclusion.
30. We're now at page 30. I've
Yes.
said you have introduced your suspension letter,
Okay.
and you have indicated that your suspension letter charges you with what you call bogus claims that you sexually harassed a fellow officer. Is that correct?
That is correct, SC.
So I'm inviting you to deal with the contents of your statement from paragraph 113. And I highlight that besides telling us that you were suspended and you have given us the letter of suspension, which reflects these charges, you don't engage with the charges any further in the statement. And I'm not inviting you to do so now. I just want you to deal with the contents of 113 to 115. You may read them, you may summarize what you have set out therein, whatever works best for you.
On page 30, laying of trumped up of charges against me, paragraph number 112, I was suspended on the 25th of September 2024 on bogus claims that I had sexually harassed a fellow officer. I attached annexure MJ35, that was my charge sheet or the letter of suspension. The leading of evidence has concluded in this matter, and the heads of argument have been filed during October 2025. Arguments is set down for the 14th of November 2025. To my knowledge, my suspension and subsequent disciplinary prosecution was never approved by council, which appointed me. Since my suspension, various other employees have been suspended and have faced disciplinary proceedings instituted against them. Some have been dismissed. One thing in common these employees have is that they dare to challenge decision by or unduly favored Brigadier Mkhwanazi. In conclusion, the situation that has been permitted to develop in Ekurhuleni and within some units in EMPD, in particular, disconcerting and the demand immediate intervention. Rather than provide protection to the citizens of Ekurhuleni, some of the EMPD members have become became a source of danger to these citizens. I trust that the Commission's recommendation will assist the EMPD in addressing some of the challenges I have highlighted in this statement. As you indicated it has to be on a high level. I need to do that, the high level, because immediately when I was placed on...
Apologies, may I understand what needs to be at a high level, Chief?
I wanted to highlight that immediately when I was placed on suspension,
Yes.
my status of life and the risk which I am.
You may address yourself to the commissioners.
I do not know, seated here, SC, that would I have that opportunity to conclude.
I'm inviting you to. I just wanted to understand what it is you wanted to give a high-level comment on. But thank you.
SC and the Commission, I'm still an employee of the city of Ekurhuleni, being the Chief of Police. I have served this city for 42 years. I have created enemies, not only in Ekurhuleni, around the country, by arresting serious, hardened criminals. But immediately when I was suspended, my protection was taken away. Meanwhile, there is a report which I picked, and the relevant department have done risk assessment around my life. My protection was taken away, firearms were taken away. Without any protection currently. Meanwhile, I'm still the employee of the city. Whilst the employee who alleges sexual harassment has been given protection, being protected by the city, given officers, plus additionally outside security members. That security is even extended to even the family members. Some of these other employees who were targeted, whom I've mentioned here, in the case itself, they were not even considered for any security issues. Lastly, Commissioner, I'm not going...
Before you move on, should your focus not more be on your own security? I'm asking this because I'm not sure to what extent you are aware of the threat and risk assessment that was done, if it was done, in respect of the employee who has complained about sexual harassment against you.
I hear you very well, Commissioner, and I concur with you. I cannot preempt. I must look at my space. That is what I've addressed with regard to my security. Whilst there was a report which detailed my threat assessment, so all that protection was taken away from me.
There was something else you wanted to say. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
I think, Commissioners, I will stop at that because I don't want to talk about other people. I must talk about myself, my space, and the risk I'm subjected at, and my family. That is the space I'm concerned about, including my health status. I am at home for the past 12 months and 2 months, I think a year and 2 months. With these challenges I'm seated with, they impact very negatively to my health status and my family at large.
Thank you very much, Chief Mapia. I'm glad that you had the opportunity to explain to the commissioners your personal situation. Chair, that brings us to the conclusion of the testimony of Chief Mapia, unless there are questions that you...
Thank you, Ms. Olo.
Well, I think on the back of what you've just said now, perhaps it's appropriate to ask the question. As at the date of your suspension in 2024, was Brigadier Mkhwanazi still at work?
Am I back? My God, okay.
When my memory serves me
Sorry,
well, Commissioners,
McDonald's Wi-Fi,
he
yeah.
immediately took over as the acting chief of police.
And do you have any knowledge today, as you sit there, whether he is at work or on suspension?
Right, let me just connect to everything once again.
All what I've learned, Commissioners, immediately I think he acted as a chief of police. Later on, he acted as the head of community safety. Though I could pick that up, I'm not at work. He acted as the head of community safety, alternating between the two. Up until recently, when I saw on the national TV,
What happens if
when they were saying they're interviewing the acting chief of
someone
police,
disconnects during the
I
work
think last
session,
month,
does it still
acting
execute?
chief of police Mkhwanazi.
So as at the date of your suspension at least, he was
Yes,
not on
it is. I
suspension,
did not get the response.
notwithstanding these serious allegations against him.
That is correct, Commissioners. He was not on suspension.
It's fine.
And then just
I
to
think
go
that-
back
that-
to that
so
last
just something from my
letter,
side.
your letter of
I don't
suspension.
know, is everyone else that needs to
Maybe
be
it
on
is
here from the Cape
important,
Town
I
office
thought,
on here?
Ms. Sillo,
Yes. I'm going to reconnect now.
as a starting
Okay.
point
Yes,
to,
Commissioner.
So, you-
place
I-
on record
if you can maybe
that
just back up
the
a little
letter
bit
at
and
page
maybe give
3
us an
thereof, I
overview
think it's
of
marked 12.
what does
It
it
indicates,
mean to
for what
activate
it's
a
worth,
main
it
member of
indicates
SARS?
that it
Yeah.
is signed
Yeah.
by the acting
Technicality of it.
city manager,
What does that actually mean?
Mr. Chididzi Tenga. You see that?
Okay, that is actually a good
That
question.
is correct,
confirm
Commissioner.
that, yes. So it's not signed by...
So we didn't really dig around
by
into
Dr.
the
Mashazi.
subscription
That is
groups.
correct, Commissioner. I
I
remember very
talked
well.
about
All right.
what server
And then go
is,
to
where we
page
have
1
a small
of
business
that
that
same
encapsulates
letter.
a handful of
In
people,
light
and they all
of-
get a set of packages. but
I
they are part of a
apologize. Chief, please
a
refer to
group
your
per
big
se.
file.
But what you need first is that you need an admin
Commissioner
member that can
Baloyi is
control the
inviting
actual
you
who comes
to-
into the group and who comes out. And I think they are
That is
ultimately
at
the
page
ones that will end up
128
paying for it.
228
So you can
of
consider
the
them
big
like the
file.
boss of the
It's
the small
JM
firm's
35?
small office.
Yes. Very last document,
So-
Chief.
So,
228.
I guess what it means to activate it,
The last document in that file.
it's a bit tricky because I want to go into the last set of steps to show what the inclusive
Have you
benefits are.
located it?
I've got it, I see.
Okay.
But all you need to
Then
know right
Commissioner
now is if we
Baloyi
take a look at
would
the
like to
product
engage
offering
you
notes
on
here,
that letter.
you're buying
So
and then it goes
at
to one
the
package.
very first page,
Where's the price? I guess if we take a look at the operating charges,
what I'm
Yeah.
going to put to
we'll see
you
a handful of things. We'll see your
arises
SC,
from
your
your
SCV,
statement, and
and
you
you
don't
also
need to
see
go
the
there.
frequency
I'll
of it.
read
So
it.
this
It's a very
only
short
lasts for
thing
30
in your
days before it needs to be
statement.
renewed again.
At paragraph 114 of your statement, you say, to my knowledge, my
Actually,
suspension
now that it's been created,
and
let's talk about the
subsequent
industry.
disciplinary
So I wanna,
prosecution
keep
was
track
never
of the
approved by
WFIID.
council, which
The most
appointed
crucial
me.
thing that
You remember
responds
you said
for,
that?
the workflow API needs to give you is this
That is
WFIID.
correct.
Okay,
Yes,
I just wanted you
I think I saw that in my
to
little
point
notepad.
out at least
So
something
it's via
about
this we'll be
council.
able
In
to
the
track,
first page
like everything in
of
terms
your
of the
letter
workflow
of
instances.
suspension, the very first paragraph, it says,
So
on
we go
Friday,
Ulysses,
13
view the,
September
the instance.
2024,
You'll see that it's in
council
the
resolved
pending
that such
input
allegations be
status.
investigated
Over here we can
by an
view the
independent
step outputs.
investigator appointed by
And we
the
can see it's
city,
currently stuck on step
and that
5.
a report
So that
be
is where we need to go and
submitted
provide the payment.
to
Let's
council
take a look at the
within
response
30
that was
days
generated here.
of such appointment. You see where I'm reading?
So pending input, and here's the
I know the
required
letter you are
values,
reading.
our result
All right.
data. So
Do
this is how much they
you
pay.
did you ever
This
get
is,
any
the customer
knowledge
inventory ID
whether
that was
a
created
report
for this
was
member.
submitted to council?
And this is the
within
virtual
the
count.
30
So a
days
virtual count So similar to
of appointment of an
on BT, we
investigator?
have our
Well, maybe let me
monthly
ask
accounts,
first.
right?
Do you know
But
that an
for
investigator was
this, we're having
appointed?
a virtual account tied to the
I
subscription.
know
fee,
that
and that'll be tied to the admin. This is something that
a
gets newly
company
created
was
during the
appointed to
process.
do that
So the
investigation,
idea is that all funnel payments.
and I went to see this company because they called me and said they want to do an interview with me.
Yes.
When I arrived to that company, I was not comfortable
All right.
to proceed
Okay.
with them. I'm not good. I don't know
Allow
whether
me to interrupt you, for, at least for this purpose. I don't want you to get into the detail of this matter. I just wanted to confirm that what is recorded in the first paragraph, where it says an independent investigator was appointed on the instruction of council or resolution, you are aware of that?
I'm aware of that,
Okay.
Commissioner.
And do you know whether a report was submitted to council after that investigation?
It might have been submitted, but at a later stage during my disciplinary proceeding, I requested, through my lawyer, we requested that report. It was never provided to us.
Okay. So your answer is you don't know whether it was submitted?
That is correct,
All right, thank
Commissioner.
you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr.
And if I may just then ask a follow-up question, and this is the absolute last. And it's because you referenced what you requested during the disciplinary process. And you say to Commissioner Baloy that you requested specifically the report to council requested in the suspension letter. You just answered that. You say you requested for that report and it was not provided during the hearing, through your attorney, you said?
That is correct,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Now, did you ever, whether prior to or during the disciplinary process, request or were shown the council resolution to suspend you?
I never seen a council resolution which stated that I must be suspended.
Thank you.
We have requested it. It was never provided to us.
Thank you. Chair, this is, I guess, second time I say, unless there are further questions and none from my side, that brings us to the conclusion of the testimony of Chief Mapie.
Thank you. Thank you,
Chair.
Mr. Law. Chief Mapie, thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Let us-
Commissioners.
Yes. Let us adjourn and resume at 2:30.
Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're about to resume. Just a reminder, please switch off your phones. Thank you so much.
There's stuff on our screens. What's going on there? Should it be here? Okay.
Still here? It's gone.
It's gone.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, Chair. It is sorted now. Ready when you are, Chair.
We are, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. We are ready with our next witness. If I may request that the witness be sworn in.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Spies.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
Could you place your names on record formally?
My name is Revo Spies, and I'm a former employee of Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department.
Thank you. I think you are fairly tall. If you could just adjust the mic slightly upwards so for your voice to carry better. Thank you.
Does he need two mics? I leave it to you, Advocate Sello.
I actually had settled for 2 mics because he sounded like he too speaks softly. There is nodding in the room, so I think please keep both on. Thank you. Commissioner Spies, you have before you 2 white files. One I'll call a small file and then the big file. The white file contains 1 document and the big file contains more documents and they are marked and flagged on the side. You see that?
Correct.
Before we deal with the contents of these files, can I confirm, have you prepared and submitted a statement to the Commission on matters you are about to testify on?
Yes, Commissioners, I have.
May I refer you to the small file? And that the index to that file lists a document, statement of Revo Spies. Do you see that?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Please turn over, and that would be the first page of the statement. When you flip through it, it will take you to page 35.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Apologies. Do you confirm that this is the statement you have submitted for consideration by the Commission?
Yes, I confirm so, Commissioner.
Is this a statement you intend to attach your signature thereto as confirmation that it is your statement?
Yes, I do.
And lastly, do you confirm the correctness of the contents of this statement?
I confirm the correctness of the statement.
And do you stand by the contents of the statement?
I stand by the contents of the statements, Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Spies. Let's then turn to the statement itself. And I invite you to have regard to page 3. From page 3 at paragraphs 1 to 8, let's say 1 to 6, you deal under the heading Introduction and Background with what you do, what you did for the EMPD, and We will take it from there. I would like you to deal with the contents of those paragraphs and inform the commissioners about who you are and your history of service, as you have set out in those paragraphs. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'm an adult male. I'm a former employee of the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department. I've served in the police service for 43 years, of which 33 of them was with the Ekurhuleni Metro Police. In total, I have 43 years of law enforcement. I officially retired on early pension from EMPD, and my last working date with them was 28 February this year, 2025. Before my retirement, I held the position of Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner, and I was appointed as such on 1 August 2022 as the Deputy Chief of Police Auxiliary and Logistical Support Services. My responsibilities in that specific position was overseeing the different auxiliary and support services sections, which included the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Training Academy, the Ekurhuleni Municipal Courts Fine Administration section, and then also the Metro Police Logistical and Support sections, which have a lot of smaller subsections related to vehicle fleet, human resources, radio fleet, stores, and finance and procurement and budget portions into that. During the 22-23 year, I was also instructed by the then Chief of Police, Commissioner Mapie, to oversee the internal affairs section, because the structure wherein they were deployed, that division head was vacant, and I had to oversee that position then. One of the things that I want to upfront state, and this is my statement, is that to avoid any confusion, because of colloquial speak, is that any reference to Mkhwanazi, that will mean it's Julius Dr. Mkhwanazi, who is a Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner, and he's appointed as the Deputy Chief of Police, responsible for operations and specialized services in the Ekurhuleni Metro Police, and he was previously a director with the rank of a brigadier in the specialized services section of the Metro Police. And I have also served for a very short period from the 27th of March to the 5th of March. I've served as the acting Chief of Police when Commissioner Mapie was on family responsibility leave. And I had to attend council meetings and carried on the service of the business for that specific period then as the acting Chief of Police.
Thanks, Commissioner. May I take you back to your paragraph 6 about the period of service as acting Chief Police. I think you got the dates wrong as you mentioned them. Can you please restate them for the record?
The council meeting was the 26th January, and I served from the 27th of March to the 5th of February.
Okay, you make the same mistake. Your statement reads, I served as the acting Chief of Police for the period 27 January to 5th of March.
That should be a typo then.
How should it read?
The council meeting was on the 26th of January.
Yes.
And I was, during that night, appointed as the acting chief from the 27th of January and then only to the 5th of February. It was only for that week period.
Oh, so it's the 5th of February. You kept saying the 27th of March. That's why.
Sorry.
Okay. Duly corrected. Thank you. And then at paragraph 8, you indicate that you then received a formal letter appointing you as the acting Chief of Police. And in fact, that paragraph correctly reflects the period.
Correct.
As 27 January 2023 to 5th February 2023.
Correct,
and then you attach a copy of that appointment letter as RS1. Is that correct? You can go to the big file, and the document that you have marked RS1 should appear at page 1 of that file.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner
Can
Kumar?
I ask a silly question for my benefit? How do we address the witness? Does he retain the title Commissioner after retirement?
That's a tough one for me, Commissioner.
Maybe he can answer.
Perhaps the witness can answer for himself.
If that's the title, then we will respect it throughout.
Commissioner, I did retire, but after my retirement, I was re-employed again into the Tshwane Metro Police, and I'm again a commissioner in the Tshwane Metro Police. So
Thank you.
Commissioner is correct.
So as things stand, you are back in the service, except with the Tshwane Metropolitan Police Department. Is that correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
And that was from which date?
From the 2nd of March 2025.
Thank you. You're getting into the testimony you're about to give. Your first chapter is headed Investigation into Alleged Misuse of Blue Lights and EMPD Resources. You see that? It starts from paragraph 9. Before you deal with the contents of paragraphs 9 and following, I'd like to bring to your attention that Chief Mapieye, who is the current commissioner within the EMPD, has touched on some of these issues. So to the extent that perhaps there might be interruption, please accept that. The commissioners have been part informed about these matters. However, there will be no attempt to restrict the testimony you would like to give in regard to this matter. I just wanted to bring that to your attention because you were not present when he was testifying.
Thank you.
With that caution, then, I would invite you to consider from paragraph 9, paragraph 9, and you can lead the commissioners through this part of your testimony. And to the extent that you are able to speak to these paragraphs, not necessarily read them, I would suggest that would be most effective. Thank you. If you can.
Thank you, Commissioners. As I stated earlier, I was acting as the Chief of Police for that period. And on the 2nd of February, Lieutenant Colonel Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, who was appointed as the media spokesperson for the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department, forwarded the email to me, which originated from a journalist from News 24, Mr. Jeff Wicks. And it pertains to 5 questions that started off with questions about blue lights, regulatory use of it, and to who it may be issued. Attached to this email was also a memorandum on an EMPD letterhead, which purports to be a to whom it may concern letter, and wherein a list of vehicles was listed, that these vehicles is our vehicles. I was, at that specific moment, I was in a meeting, but she sent me a WhatsApp as well, wherein she said to me, I actually first read the WhatsApp before I read the email. Because on the WhatsApp she says, here's 2 video clips, this relates to the email. And I then read the email, and in the email there was questions then wherein there was allegations that there was a video clip where vehicles is being used in a convoy using blue lights and sirens, and then also a clip where there's vehicles that is at a small little airport with an airplane in the background. I immediately, while I was even reading the email, I started to draft the answers to the questions itself. Like the first one is a very easy answer because it asks what is the regulations and the legal situation around the use of blue lights, where I actually just copied and pasted the National Road Traffic Act's regulation pertaining to the use of blue lights. And it stepped further deep in where I finished drafting all the answers to it. I then sent that draft answers, I sent it back to Lieutenant Colonel Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, and I also CC'd the Chief's Staff Officer, Colonel Ivan du Plessis. The reason I obviously CC him is that because I'm acting chief, I must keep his office so that they know what everything is happening, what I'm doing. And I started then a process immediately thereafter of following up, because in this letter, the allegation of the vehicles, there's allegations that these vehicles belong to us. I immediately contacted Colonel Madeleine Bloemhoff, who is heading our fleet section and pounds section in the logistical support section. And I requested her telephonically, can you immediately check for me if these vehicles belong to us? And I gave her the registration numbers. She checked and verified on our internal asset register, and she immediately informed me that none of these vehicles belong to us. It's not council vehicles at all. And I also then there was another letter which purports also to whom it may concern, which leads to a specific individual, C.J. Smith, who also stated that this person works for us and is doing work with us. And so I also contacted a Colonel Wanda van Rooyen, who is, at that stage, she was the Metro Police HR liaison person, and she had access to the employee database, which we call PILO. That's the name of the database. And she then confirmed, and to me as well telephonically, that we don't have a Metro Police officer with the name of C.J. Smith employed by us. And I then go forward, and I said to Lieutenant Colonel Kelebogile Tipa that she can release the media release, because we've confirmed it's not our vehicles, it's surely sideline issues, and she can release the media release. She telephonically contacted me a short while later to say, but the journalist has just contacted her back and stated that he has got NATIS. NATIS is a National Traffic Information System where vehicles are registered on, is that he's got NATIS proof that these vehicles are indeed registered in our name. And she then provided me, and I then actually started to immediately look at it and say, but this is very serious now. And I then formulated a letter and a formal instruction to the head of our internal affairs, Lieutenant Colonel Henny Erasmus, wherein I gave him instruction to say that he must immediately start to investigate this matter. It's very critical, and that he must also not delegate it, because the allegations is against the brigadier, which is a senior rank, and I don't want him to delegate it to a junior constable or anything like that in the internal affairs to investigate.
Chief, if I may, before you
Sorry.
get into the detail of the actual investigation that was carried out, listening to you, you would have dealt in large part with those paragraphs up to paragraph 18. I would like to take you back to paragraph 12. At paragraph 12, you reference a second letter that was received via WhatsApp from this Mr. Yako Hanekom. Who is Yako Hanekom?
Mr. Yako Hanekom, and I will later my testimony touch on Mr. Yako Hanekom again. He was part of a group of what in my mind today with hindsight is a rogue group of officers that was dealing together with our specialized services. But he was a security officer, and he was at a later stage, he was killed in a attempted hit or a hijacking incident. So Mr. Yako Hanekom, at that same day during this exercise, he gave me the information via WhatsApp where he sent this letter, which is exactly the same format that states to whom it may concern, and it's signed off by Julius Mkhwanazi as the deputy chief that this employee allegedly works for us.
Now, Mr. Yako Hanekom, at the time he shared this letter with you via WhatsApp, was he a member of the EMPD or not?
No, he's a private individual that worked for a security company.
You then say this is a confirmation letter of work collaboration with a civilian, Mr. C.J. Smith, and the EMPD truck hijacking unit. You see that as your paragraph 12.
Correct.
You then proceed to state there is no such approved unit. Would you
Correct.
care to speak to that? Why do you say there is no such an approved unit?
In the structure of the Metro Police, under the division operations and specialized services, there are 5 subsections, which 3 of them is regional policing with the 3 regions, headed by a brigadier, which is a director title, but with a brigadier rank. There's a brigadier bylaws, and then there's a director brigadier specialized services. Under specialized services, there are units, and those units, which is formally on the structure, which exists and it's operating as units. There is, for instance, a speed law enforcement unit, there's an overloads unit, there's a public order policing unit, there's a VIP protection unit, there is the K9 and the equestrian unit that work under that. There is, however, no truck hijacking unit ever that have existed on that. There is no such thing on the structure.
Thank you. If you look at your statement, as I indicated, you had spoken to matters you cover up to paragraph 18. Do you confirm that you've covered everything in those paragraphs?
Correct. Maybe if I can just add that when Kilabugile Tipa informed me that it's on notice, we also confirmed that these vehicles have been obviously registered by our corporate fleet proxy, Mr. Chris Steyn, because he's the one that complete the forms and make sure that it can get registered on the notice system.
When you say he's a vehicle proxy, could you expound? What does that mean?
In terms of notice, the owner of a vehicle is normally a natural person, but when it comes down to a company or a municipality, a representative is appointed in terms of the National Road Traffic Act, which is then the main representative is called the proxy. He acts as the person to do all the business on behalf of the company or the municipality. And you also have a proxy and representatives because it's the proxy office actually, but the proxy for the city of Ekurhuleni is Mr. Chris Steyn.
And in that paragraph where you reference Mr. Chris Steyn, you say Lieutenant Colonel Tipa informed me that she had received information suggesting that 3 of the vehicles on the list were in fact registered with the EMPD, right?
Correct, Commissioner.
It is the choice of wording I want us to discuss. You say she said she had received information suggesting that they were so registered. Is there confirmation? Are you aware of any before you left? Did you become aware of any confirmation as to whether or not they were in fact registered?
Yes, Commissioners. At the moment, that same day when she phoned me, we were speaking about 3 vehicles. However, after I gave Colonel Erasmus instruction to start investigating this matter, within the next week we already discovered that it's actually 4 vehicles that have been formally registered on our name by using the papers of Mr. Chris Steyn as the proxy. The papers and everything was obtained from him, and it was registered by Julius Mkhwanazi at the Whiteville offices.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Spies, did Mr. Steyn know anything about this registration? Did you find out whether he knew that these vehicles were registered and what were the circumstances?
Yes, Commissioner. Mr. Steyn there was eventually a criminal matter registered and there was an internal disciplinary inquiry by my internal affairs done. In both cases, Mr. Steyn gave affidavits to the effect that he actually supplied the papers and everything because Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi is a very senior person, approached him, informed him that there is a MOU with a company, Medicare 24 and CAT VIP Security, and that they have made a donation. So he took it on face value and he made a submission that he actually provided the papers. He gave instruction that the clerk that deals with it, Ms. Deborah Moremi, that she can give the papers and everything to Brigadier Mkhwanazi. So there is a formal confirmation that Chris Steyn made to say that he gave instruction to Deborah, and Deborah then also, there's a statement from her that she gave the papers to Mkhwanazi and them, and they then did it on their behalf.
Thank you. Mr. Lo, should we not, for purposes of the record,
Yes, Commissioner.
reference the annexures? So from paragraph 9, you've got an RS21, and the witness has spoken to those questions, but you haven't referenced where we
Indeed.
find this and so on as we go along.
I'm happy to. And I will take you back, Commissioner, to paragraph 9, particularly in light of the fact, and thanks Commissioner Baloyi for drawing my attention to it. These questions arose during the evidence of Chief Mapieye, and I specifically undertook that they shall be answered through you, Commissioner Spies. So before we deal with the actual investigations that were conducted on your instruction by Colonel Henny Erasmus, Can we then deal with the original query that you received from Mr. Jeff Weeks? You deal with that at your paragraph 9. And you say at paragraph 9 that you attach a copy of the email you received from Mr. Weeks as annexure RS21. Do you see where I'm reading?
Correct, Commissioner.
Can I then invite you to RS21, which would appear at page 2 of the annexures file?
Correct, Commissioner. It's got a large red number 2 and 3 on the top page. That is the original emails correspondence received from Jeff Weeks, which then have been forwarded by Kilebogile Tipat to me on 2nd February 10:51.
And it's a 2-page document, and it's actually a thread of communication, email communication. And as these things happen, the last email appearing is, the first email appearing is always the last communication. So to read, we start from the back and work our way forwards. So if there are 2, it would appear that the original email received from Mr. Jeff Weeks starts at the middle of page 2.
Correct, Commissioner. February 2/23, 10:40, 54 a.m.
And from this document, it would appear that it's sent by Jeff Weeks, and it is addressed to Kilebogile Tepa. You said earlier that this is Lieutenant Colonel Kilebogile Tepa, who was the media spokesperson for the EMPD.
Correct.
Could you take us through the contents then of this email, whose subject line is request for comment, News 24 investigations?
Commissioners, that it purports to be that Jeff Weeks then stated, "Good morning, Superintendent. Thank you for coming back to me so promptly." Even though her rank is Lieutenant Colonel, but the media addresses the Superintendent, I approach you today regarding a story that we are pursuing, which centers on a Pretoria-based security firm called CAT VIP. According to PSIRA is the security industry regulator, CAT Protection and Security Pty Ltd, trading as VIP Protection Services, with a PSIRA registration number of 2748723, is registered with the authority as a security service provider since 7 June 2018. He then stated, "I have in my possession correspondence under the letterhead of City of Ekurhuleni and the Metropolitan Police Department. It is dated 16 October 2021, and it is signed by Brigadier J.D. Mkhwanazi of Specialized Services. It's attached for your ease of reference. 2 videos from the social media page of Cordelia Kabeng, wife of Vusimusi Matlala, the owner of the aforementioned security company, have been sent to you via WhatsApp. In these videos, blue lights and a siren can be seen in operation. The letter appears to be one of authority for a private security firm to utilize equipment which the Road Traffic Act states should be the preserve of law enforcement." And then there's 5 questions. "Please confirm that my assertion regarding the Road Traffic Act prohibits the use of blue dash lights and sirens are for the exclusive use of law enforcement is correct. Please, can you explain the substance of the letter from Mkhwanazi? How does this private firm assist EMPD officers in any VIP protection and security services? And please, could you supply me with a copy of the Memorandum of Understanding as mentioned in this letter? Do you acknowledge that it is uncommon for private security companies to have this authority bestowed upon them? And can you please describe the relationship between the EMPD and Mr. Matlala, inter alia his company, as we will assert that this is proof of connections of undue influence in a law enforcement body?" The last one is not a question, just please feel free to add anything which may be pertinent.
Thank you, and it appears to emanate from News 24, and does indicate it's from Jeff Weeks, investigative journalist.
Correct, Commissioner.
Going back then to page 2, at the top of that page. This is an email of the same date, February the 2nd, 2023, at 10:51. It would appear 10 minutes after the first one was sent to Lieutenant Colonel Tepa. And it's addressed to you, Rivers Peace.
Correct, Commissioner.
And can you deal with that email, please?
This is the email that was sent from Kelebogile Tipa to me as the acting chief. She included Liesel Tyers, who was the secretary of the chief of police, and Ivan du Plessis, who was the staff officer of the chief of police. And it says, "Good morning, Commissioner. The subject matter refers. Please find the attached inquiry forwarded to the department for comment. I wish to respond, but think this would be better guided by the office. There are video footages forwarded on WhatsApp to me by the journalist, which will be furnished to you, sir. Kindly assist in the responses sought. Thanking you in anticipation of a prompt response. Regards," and then just the initials, KT.
Thank you. Can we then turn to your paragraph 11 and the annexure that you deal with in that paragraph? You have labeled it RS2 Roman 2 in brackets. Can you summarize what that document is, please?
Commissioners, that is the letter that I referred to, which is on an official letterhead of the City of Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department as a memorandum, and it states that it is addressed to whom it may concern. It's from J.D. Mkhwanazi, the Acting Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner / Brigadier Specialized Services. The date is 16 October 2021. It's a letter of confirmation. This letter serves to confirm that the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department, EMPD, under the command of Acting Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner, Brigadier J.D. Mkhwanazi of Specialized Services, has an endless working relationship and memorandum of understanding with CAT VIP to assist EMPD officers in any VIP protection and security services in and out of the City of Ekurhuleni. These are the following vehicles that we work with. BMW, Delta Lima 03 Hotel Golf Papa, register number Tango Victor Sierra 906 Whiskey. The second one is a Mercedes-Benz Combi. Registration number is Juliet Papa 35 Juliet Whiskey Golf Papa. The register number Bravo Papa Victor 069 X-Ray. The third vehicle is a BMW station wagon. Registration number is Juliet Mike 62 X-Ray Mike Golf Papa. Register number Victor Foxtrot Juliet 152 Whiskey. The fourth vehicle is a VW with registration number Juliet Yankee 16 Delta Lima Golf Papa with a register number Hotel Tango Golf 489 Kilo. The fifth vehicle is a BMW, registration number Bravo Zulu 99 Charlie Kilo Golf Papa with a register number Romeo Mike Juliet 314 Whiskey. The sixth vehicle is a BMW with registration number Juliet Victor 09 Romeo Tango Golf Papa with a register number Whiskey Mike Foxtrot 576 Whiskey. And the last one is then a VW with registration number Kilo Bravo 09 Charlie Golf Papa with a register number Hotel Sierra Juliet 618 Kilo. It is signed, the signature is Mkhwanazi's signature, and it's stated then Acting Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner / Brigadier.
Thank you, Commissioner. If you could assist, I wonder if you can assist with some of the statements made in this document. Firstly, it's signed by J.D. Mkhwanazi as Acting Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner / Brigadier. Is there such a title, firstly? And secondly, if you do recall, at the time of 15 October 2021, was Brigadier Mkhwanazi the Acting Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner?
Commissioners, there is no such title. It must be understood that there's a HR title, which is the Deputy Chief of Police, and then there's a rank, which is Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner. You are appointed when someone is on leave. For instance, in this instance, Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner Goodman Mazzolo, who was the Deputy Chief Operations and Specialized Services, was on official leave. And then Brigadier Mkhwanazi was appointed to act in his place. So when you act in a higher position, you act in the position. You don't act in the rank. You keep your own rank. So this whole line at the bottom is incorrect, but what I understand from that is that he's actually saying, I'm the acting deputy chief, and I'm signing it on behalf of that position. But I am a brigadier signing it on behalf of that position.
Thank you for that clarification. So if I understand you correctly, at the time, the Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner was Commissioner Mzolo.
Correct.
And it would appear that at the time that Brigadier Mkhwanazi signed this document on the 15th of October 2021, Commissioner Mzolo was on leave and Brigadier Mkhwanazi was appointed to act in his stead.
Correct, Commissioner.
With that understanding then, I would like to refer you to the start of this letter, the first paragraph. You state that it states, not you, I apologize. This letter serves to confirm that the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department, EMPD, under the command of the Acting Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner / Brigadier J.D. Mkhwanazi of Specialized Services. Do you see where I'm reading?
Correct, Commissioner.
To your knowledge, under whose command is the EMPD at all times?
Under the Chief of Police, Commissioner Mapiye.
What is the commission to understand of the phrase EMPD under the command of Acting Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner?
Commissioner, in my own opinion, that's a narcissistic remark where you assume command of something which is outside his scope.
So would I be correct in understanding that he had his own post as a brigadier, as the, for specialized services?
Correct, Commissioners.
He happened to be the acting deputy commissioner.
Correct. He's the acting deputy chief of police.
Acting deputy chief of police.
Yes.
But even in that acting position, he could never, as the original holder of that office, claim command of the EMPD because that rests with the chief of police.
Correct.
Thank you. You then, yes, thank you,
Are you
Commissioner.
moving from the letter?
Yes, I'm moving from the letter.
Okay, maybe let me ask my question. Commissioner, at this point on the 18th of October 2021, Mr. Mkhwanazi, or Brigadier Mkhwanazi, says there is an endless working relationship, whatever he means by that, with CAT VIP. Was there a working relationship with CAT VIP at this point?
Commissioners, I do not know at that, obviously with hindsight and after investigations was done, I know now that there's certain things, but there was no working relationship with CAT VIP according to my knowledge at all the day when I received this letter. That's firstly.
Yes.
And secondly is that there is no such MOU in existence because part of my function as the Deputy Chief Auxiliary and Support Services was that there's also a repository of documents and records and archives that's with me, and all the MOUs that we have through the years signed, be it with AXA, the airports company, or with Emperors, or with Cross-Border Permit, or with other cities around in my possession and saved as the archive. There was no such MOU with a company. And then the third thing that I wanted to add is that there will never be allowed in law the Municipal Finance Management Act or any local government related acts to have an endless working relationship with anyone. There is fixed terms to anything. There cannot be an endless working relationship with anyone. And maybe even as a joke, it doesn't even work in marriage. There cannot be an endless working relationship.
Thank you, Commissioner. Lastly, on this letter, in the very next line after that endless working relationship, he says a memorandum of understanding with that company to assist EMPD officers in any VIP protection and security services in and out of the city of Ekurhuleni. Do your officers provide services outside of VIP and protection and security services outside of the city of Ekurhuleni?
In terms of the South African Police Services Act, Chapter 12, where municipal police services are established, your jurisdiction is bound to your municipal area where you are appointed. But there is a subclause that states that unless there's an agreement with another local government to extend the area of your services. So the city of Ekurhuleni, when the municipal police was established on 16 February 2002, as part of our establishment then, we had a signed agreement with the city of Tshwane Metro Police and a signed agreement with the city of Johannesburg Metro Police, that the three cities, because we were established at very similar times, that we would agree that we will assist one another upon request. So that would then imply that if there is let's say a very large incident or a riot or anything at that era in the city of Tshwane, they could request the city of Ekurhuleni, and then we would respond with resources and assist them to help there. And there's also obviously a clause where if you're on a pursuit of a vehicle or a crime, that you can exit your area on that. But that is the restriction that was placed on it in that era. Lately, where we are today, there are more agreements signed, like with the South African Police Service collaboration agreements, and where we cooperate with. And in Gauteng province, we have more agreements which has been signed and approved by the Premier, where we assist one another. But it's also always in planned operations. We do not have powers, for instance, to be a Ekurhuleni Metro Police and then we find information from an informant or on the street and then we respond to Soweto or we respond to Hammanskraal in the city of Tshwane and we follow up and we arrest people. We do not have that power at all, according to me.
And this letter, that very line that I've just read now, in and out of the city of Ekurhuleni, it seems to permit these vehicles to be anywhere in the country and maybe even outside of the country, because it says in and out of Ekurhuleni. And I understand you to be saying there is no basis in law or in agreement for that kind of access.
Yes, there is no basis in law or in agreement. The city itself, the Metro Police do have a VIP protection unit. And that VIP protection unit obviously then provide to the principals, which is the mayor, the city manager, and the MMCs. They do provide protection services, a vehicle to them. If our mayor or our city manager or our MMCs would then go to, for instance, Tshwane for a G20 meeting, they will obviously escort them and then work outside the area protecting their principals. But there is no clause that you can go and work anywhere outside Ekurhuleni in the country or out of the country at all. That is illegal.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. You go on then at paragraph 12, and we dealt with that paragraph 12 a bit. To reference, this is a confirmation letter of work collaboration, you recall, with one certain Mr. C.J. Smith that was brought to your attention by Mr. Yako Hanekom. You recall?
Correct, Commissioner.
Then you attach in that respect a document that we have marked RS3. And that RS3 appears at page 5 of your annexes file.
Correct, Commissioner.
For the record, this is a document headed Confirmation Letter of Work Collaboration between EMPD THU and Mr. C.J. Smith, dated the 23rd of May 2022. Do you confirm?
Correct, Commissioners.
Commissioners, I confirm that this document is an annexure to Chief Mapie's statement, and he dealt with it, I would believe, fairly extensively.
That's the one you read into the record.
That's the one I read into the record yesterday in full. So unless any questions arise from there, I don't think it's necessary for this witness to repeat. Commissioner Spears, you then, at paragraph 13, reference to video clips which Lieutenant Colonel Tipper shared with you, depicting a convoy of black vehicles, BMWs, Mercedes Viano minibus, traveling towards an airport, with a female voice in the background identifying herself as quote-unquote Mama Cat. The second clip showed the vehicles and a small aeroplane at the airport. These videos are marked RS4 and RS5 as part of your statement. Can I deal with this? Do you know where Lieutenant Colonel Tipper obtained these videos from? You say she forwarded them to you. My question is, do you know where she got them from?
I made an assumption that you got them from Jeff Weeks, the journalist, because in an email, she stated that she will forward 2 video clips which relate to that same incident. So I am under the assumption that Colonel Tipper obtained it from Jeff Weeks as part of the media query, and she forwarded to me then to look at before I answer the draft media reply.
Okay.
I think just for the record, in the email itself, so if you go to page 10 of the annexures, that's where you find the email from Jeff Weeks. The second sentence, the second paragraph rather, says 2 videos from the social media page have been sent to you via WhatsApp.
Correct, Commissioner.
So we should understand that the same video clips that were forwarded to you by Colonel Tipper when she sent this media inquiry to you.
Correct, Commissioners.
I want us then to turn to paragraph 14 at page 6. Before we do so, Commissioner Baloyi has a question.
Yeah, we're not going to see these videos. Commissioner Kumalo says he was looking forward to seeing these videos.
We can and we will. We are very edgy this end because this commission unfortunately has had some boo-boos and we wouldn't want to add to your woes this week. We'll try to locate them to make sure that we project them, but they are available as annexures and hopefully we'll be able to make Commissioner Kumalo's day. We strive to impress.
All right, maybe let me ask my question then about paragraph 13. Doesn't depend on us viewing the videos. Commissioner, in that paragraph 13, there is description of these vehicles in the video, BMWs, Mercedes Viano, minibus. And then when you look at page 4, which lists those vehicles and registration numbers, were you able to make out from the videos whether those vehicles are in any way connected with this list of vehicles? The registration numbers, at least, or model even?
No, Commissioner. The first video clip is and obviously I don't know the lady at all, but you can hear her speaking and she sits in the back of the vehicle. And you can see it's a BMW because she sits at the back and recording through the windscreen they're traveling on a highway. You can see the blue lights is sucker or blue lights that are stuck to the windscreen at the front. And you can see the reflection of the blue lights against the surrounding and in the vehicle itself. And you can see the left passenger with black clothes on and a white shirt, and you can see slightly the driver. So it shows to the front inside the vehicle out, so you cannot see a registration number on that at all. And the second video clip, which is at the airport, it shows, you can see from an angle, you can see some of the vehicles at the apron, but it's from an angle that you cannot see a registration number up to the aeroplane steps itself that you cannot. So from these 2 video clips, I cannot directly link it to the actual list of vehicles, but I can see the Mercedes Viano at the airport, and I can see a BMW, but I cannot link the registration numbers from these 2 clips at all.
What is the concern, and I'm avoiding to use the word risk, about blue lights being in the hands of private security companies such as this, or even private individuals, that they have vehicles where they are able to use blue lights?
Commissioner, and it's maybe I must first state on my own career. I'm 43 years a policeman, and when I started, I first was in the South African Police Service, and then in Pretoria Traffic, Benoni Traffic, and then Ekurhuleni Metro Police. When I started as a law enforcement officer in SAPS, it was still high risk, but it was easier to do law enforcement because you could use blue lights in the execution of your duties, and the general public would obey it, and there was very, very little issues surrounding that. However, lately it has become just about close to impossible to do law enforcement, irrespective of the day or time. Every single citizen, and that includes me, when I'm after hours and it's off duty, is that I'm afraid of blue lights at night and when someone approaches me from behind. The general public is, because blue lights, there's actually even incidences where there's blue light gangs operating. There's a huge criminal element in the country that use blue lights because they impersonate police officers. There is very well known the groups that operate from the OR Tambo International Airport, following people home, robbing them, and that is the largest risk that we have with the illegal use of blue lights by anyone. It doesn't matter who it is. And then the second risk for that as well is it makes the policeman job close to impossible, because a genuine policeman doesn't know if it's a criminal or not a criminal, and he then gets killed. As a normal policeman, you get killed when you try to stop these vehicles and enforce them. And security officers impersonating police officers is one of our largest risks. The regulation on lights on vehicles actually restricts security companies to have a steady white light with their name in black letters on and strobes in the front, only white lights that they can use. It is a known in the world, it doesn't matter who, in the world is blue lights is law enforcement, red lights is ambulance and paramedics, amber or yellow lights is construction work. And therefore, the misuse and abuse of blue lights has become a really scrounge in our country. And it opens the public open to proper crime being conducted against them.
So for all you know, these vehicles with blue lights, the ones that we are talking about now, specific, may well have been used in criminal activities and you wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know if those vehicles specifically were used in blue lights, but there has been numerous incidences that I know of where specifically black vehicles and that, but with blue lights fitted, would do robberies, would do truck hijackings, and sometimes you arrest and it's a genuine policeman or a genuine traffic officer or genuine municipal police officer that is a criminal, but majority of the time it is impersonating police officers using blue lights or impersonating traffic or municipal police officers.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr.
I just want to ask the prohibition against the use of blue lights. Does it apply even where the municipality has given permission, or even where SAPS has given permission? Is it your evidence that the municipality, EMPD, cannot give permission to a security company or a private citizen to use blue lights, and that's the law?
Commissioner, the law is very clear that states there's, under correction, I think it's Regulation 179, it states very clearly that only South African Police Service, Municipal Police Service, traffic officers and the SANDF military police may use blue lights. There is a subclause where, and I still speak about the administrator, but it's the MEC now. You can apply to the MEC for the use of other lights, and then the MEC will consider it and the MEC can do it. But no one else in this country has the authority to authorize the use of lights at all. We as municipalities and municipal polices, we even go further to say, but we restrict it with internal policies and directives to say that even our own officers must use blue lights very circumspect and not just purely for the sake of blue lights.
And if I can follow up perhaps on that conversation with a question, are you suggesting that by right, by law, it has to be that when a civilian sees a vehicle with blue lights, the correct assumption must be it's SAPS or SAPS related, security related, and it's official? Is that what the lights are intended to
Commissioner, not security related. I won't go that far.
Okay.
It will be related to law enforcement.
That's what I was looking at.
Only police, traffic, or military police or municipal police, not security related. Public must think it's a policeman, and the policeman is giving an instruction to either move out of the way because I'm responding if I use it together with the siren, or the public must pull off because I want to do law enforcement and the public has done something wrong. That must be the only assumption when blue lights is being used and sirens.
So, are you suggesting that the risk with placing blue lights in the vehicles that you dealt with in that list is that a normal citizen, when confronted with such a vehicle using the lights, will assume that it's a law enforcement vehicle, and it could very well be abuse of those lights and therefore somebody else involved in criminal activity?
Correct, Commissioners.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Maybe lastly on this, Commissioner, how easy is it to get or to buy these blue lights? Can I just walk into a shop that sells blue lights and I don't need anything and they will sell them to me?
Correct, Commissioner. Blue lights, the sale of the lights itself is not prohibited in South Africa at all. You can buy it in just about any shop that you can walk in, you can buy it. It is maybe one of the limitations of our system that we have, where the restriction on selling of these lights should be prohibited, and it should only be sold to law enforcement officers. But you can buy it anyway. You can find it in any electronic shop that sells lights. You can buy these lights.
Well, I was going to ask, isn't it an area that should be considered for reform, that there should be some legislative changes about the accessibility and ease of getting these blue lights?
I agree with you, Commissioner. It should be restricted that even the import and the sale of these vehicles should be restricted to law enforcement only.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm tempted to lead you into an area of conjecture based on the conversation you've just had with Commissioner Baloyi. And I'm trying to resist the edge, but nonetheless, I'll give into it. Commissioner, with your experience of 43 years in the police service, if you were to be asked to express a view on how prevalent you consider the abuse of blue lights to be in the country, would you be able to express a view? How big has the problem become in your view, based on your experience of 43 years? Are you able to formulate a view?
I can, Commissioner. Even in a period that I was stating earlier that I acted as the caretaker for the internal affairs for Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department, a very large amount of the internal affairs, disciplinary inquiries and misconduct that was raised to us relates to members of the public that allege that officers have impersonated police officers, they've been pulled off by blue lights and that. It's prevalent for the last, I want to say 6-7 years. It started to be prevalent and it become critical where we are now. It even reached a state where I myself wouldn't even want to pull a vehicle off. It becomes very difficult to do law enforcement because the member of the public, it can lead to a situation where I'm a genuine police officer, I'm an honest police officer, I'm doing my work. The member of the public is afraid and scared, and he drives away because he doesn't want to stop because of the risk. And I could believe that it happens, simple mistakes can happen. A vehicle could be wrongly registered when you buy a vehicle. You buy the vehicle and your dealer that sells the vehicle to you makes a mistake in the registration number and they swap 2 digits around when they make the registration plate. And you can drive home, brand new car, and you drive home and an officer drives behind you and he does an inquiry on you. On the radio, and they say it's a black Mercedes, but you're driving a white Audi. And now the officer tries to stop you because it's a false plate in his mind. And you're a citizen. You will immediately try to get away from him. If you get away and the officer believes it's a false plate, he most probably will shoot you and you will die. And afterwards there will be obviously inquest and everything. And the other way around it works as well. So it's one of our biggest risks as law enforcement officers, having rogue blue lights available and being misused, especially by criminals. And just about every single day, if you open a newspaper today, if you speak around the braai in South Africa, doesn't matter where you are, every single person, be it male or female, complain about the after hours stopping at the red light. We disobey traffic lights because of the risk. When I see a police officer or a blue light, I don't know if it's a hijacker or that. So it is a massive risk in our country.
Please state for the record the reverse that you referred to. Just articulate that for the record, please. Remember, you said you as an officer are following a motor vehicle and there's an issue around the registration plate or registration numbers, and you may end up shooting the driver. And you said the reverse may also happen, and then you just went on. So I'm just saying, for the record, please articulate the reverse.
Okay. The reverse could be that the member of the public actually do stop for that, but it is a criminal. And then the member of the public will be hijacked or kidnapped. So that is the reverse risk of, it's a genuine police officer doing his job, and there's a mistake, administrative mistake, and the reverse of that is where it is a hijacker, it is a criminal who stops that person and then actually hijack, kill, kidnap, and that is the reverse of that, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner, leave aside cat protection services. We heard from Chief Mapieya earlier this morning that EMPD or the Ekurhuleni Metro has MOUs or a lawful relationship with other security companies. And I think we were given a list of 10. Do those security companies that have a lawful relationship with Ekurhuleni use blue lights for their vehicles?
No, Commissioner. So the city itself goes into a legal tender process and a contract basis to safeguard and protect their property and perform access control. So it is static security at cities' infrastructure, substations, parks, and buildings. So the contract with the 10 is also, it's a SLA in that term. So it's a contract that you sign with them in terms of the MFMA Act. You enter into a tender for a 3-year period, and then there's a SLA signed with that company. In terms of that contract and the specifications in terms of that contract, it is to provide static guard duties and protect council's property and perform access control in terms of the Public Access Control Act. There's no clause anywhere. We will, even to our contracted security, will be able to override the act and give them permission to use blue lights. They may not use blue lights at all.
Thank you, Commissioners. Before you leave that topic, I guess for my own safety considerations, I have to ask you these questions. What do you, Commissioner Spies, do in the night when an unmarked vehicle with blue lights or switches on its blue lights when you are driving in a bid to communicate to you? What do you do as an experienced police officer? And I might as well ask my next question, what do you advise I do when I'm confronted with that situation tomorrow?
Commissioners, I cannot give you legal advice.
No, it's not legal advice, Commissioner. It's staying alive advice.
Commissioners, the first thing, because I'm such an old police officer, if I do see blue lights behind me, I obviously shift, even if it's a criminal, I shift out of the way that he can come past me. That's the first thing that I will do.
Sorry, may I qualify that it's flagging you down to stop?
But if he starts to flag me down, I will slow down to a slower speed, and I will then indicate through my window, open the window and say, indicate, follow me. And I will then drive to one of 2 public places, depending upon where I am at that moment in the country. If I know the area and I know where police stations are, I will drive to a police station. Slowly follow him without making sudden any direction changes or accelerating speed, because that will make the situation much worse. So I will request the policeman or whoever's behind me then to follow me to a police station. If I don't know the area, I will then drive to a well-lit, something like a fuel station where there's lights, cameras, people around me which can record everything that will happen. But I will still request him to follow me. I will not stop at the moment. Even I, as a trained officer, I'm fortunate maybe as well that I'm armed and I do carry firearms with me, so I can, if there is something, I will try and defend myself. But the first, and that's what I will also advise, is that show the officer that you are obeying, but that you want to be going to a safe area. But it's a very difficult situation for both sides.
Indeed. Thank you, Commissioner. You had referenced and marked as RS 4 and 5 the videos that the journalist Jeff Wicks had shared with Lieutenant Colonel Tepa, who forwarded them to you. I think we have located the videos and we are able to play them. We'll play both, not necessarily in the order that we have marked them as RS 4 and 5. So we'll play the first and then the second. Thank you.
Commissioners, that is the first video from inside the car.
Just to check, does this particular video have a sound or?
It does have
It
sound.
does. Can we perhaps try again? Or someone is coming to our assistance there.
Commissioners, when it starts, you will see the flash of the lights in the windscreen portion as well.
I think, Ms. Mkhwanazi, I suggest you to play it again. Okay? If you must. Thank you for the, now that was recording 1. We are going to try and retrieve recording 2 and play that as well. Apologies. Yes, Commissioner.
Maybe Commissioner can just indicate in the video that we have just seen, the blue light, because it's facing outside. Those of us who have experienced them, they are flashing outside, so they're not flashing inside. So the first 3 seconds of the video, you can actually see the flash.
Correct, Commissioner. The blue lights is like reflecting against the windscreen, and on the middle center console, which is plastic, you can see, and also against the road traffic signs, you can see the lights flashing against it.
Would you like to satisfy yourself by watching it again, Commissioner? Okay. Yes, Commissioner Baloyi?
Yeah. This paragraph says that you hear a female voice in the background identifying herself as Mama Cat, and then I think somewhere, either in the Commissioner Mapiane's statement or somewhere here, it says she's in fact the wife of Mr. Matala. I don't know if I missed the sound where she says Mama Cat. It may turn
Perhaps
out
I can
to be-
verify through Commissioner Spies.
Yeah.
Commissioner, you saw on your statement at paragraph 13, with reference to the first video clip, you say a female voice in the background identifying herself as Mama Cat. Do you see that?
Yes,
Now,
Commissioner.
just to check, is the video we just watched, is that the video where we can expect to hear the person identifying themselves as Mama Cat?
In this video clip that is on here, it is it's from Instagram, and then at the bottom you'll see there's captions on the screen itself that is like identifying what is being said. So at the bottom it will say, or the top it will say Cordelia, I think Kabeng, and then at the bottom it will say the words on the screen itself that you can hear, because the siren is overpowering in this portion of the clip. So if it's slowed down when you show the video clip.
Advocate Mkhwanazi suggests that you are demanding too much of a lawyer to do what you are suggesting. But she's gonna-
Commissioners, maybe if I can assist, when you show the video clip on the bottom right-hand side, there's something that will say ×1. That could most probably be changed to ×half, or which will make it slower.
Okay, well, she's going to give it her best shot. We'll see where it lands us. Thank you. We're going to try. Thank you.
And the writing you are referring to, Commissioner, would there be subtitles or what writing would this be?
It's on the screen itself, Commissioner. I presume it's the subtitles that runs along with the video.
All right, thank you.
We might just report success. So let's try. We're not projecting. Okay, she slowed it down significantly. If you can then look at the screen and you direct where to read on the screen.
From my side, this one says blue lights, drop off the cups.
Is that?
Oh, the Queen. Yeah.
Stop it.
Blue lights, drop off the Queen and her cups.
Where are you reading? Are you reading at the top of the?
In the middle of the screen,
in the
where,
middle.
where the elbow of the
Yeah.
passenger is.
Yes. Okay. Then we proceed. Yes. We are going to drop the sound because there is no one speaking, it's just music, so that Commissioner Spies can take us through this video.
Yes, there it's clear now on the back side of the seat. It says blue lights to drop off the Queen and there's just an N, and her cups.
Yes. Keep playing. Okay, it would appear there is nothing further added there. I want to refer you to the top of the video. There appears to be some writings there. Are you able to read them for us into the record?
Correct, Commissioners. It's a small avatar of a lady's face with long black hair, and then next to it is Cordelia Kabeng. And it states underneath that, beauty by exclusive _Weinak.
Okay. So then, getting back to your paragraph 13, it is not correct that we hear a female voice in the background identifying herself as Mama Cat. That doesn't come through on the video, correct? Or
Can
did
we just
miss
listen
it?
to the second video as well?
Okay, let's try the second video and see if it's in that clip.
There's the words Mama Cat and her fleet.
Is it the words printed on the video there as we see on the screen, or are they spoken?
It's the words there on the fleet, which I presumed was the titles as the speaking in the background, that she overlaid music over that.
Okay. Can we then I suggest we play this video from beginning to end, and then we can take questions on it.
Test my patience, no matter nothing. I'm beyond insane.
Okay, so the start of this video, there is a female voice that speaks, that utters the words Mama Cat. Is that what you heard?
It's the words on it that says Mama Cat and her fleet.
Okay, then I suggest at paragraph 13, we make a correction to the effect that those words are not spoken, they are printed on the video. Would I be correct to do so?
Yes.
Okay, we shall effect that change. So then we've played the two videos. I don't know, commissioners, if there are any questions arising therefrom for the witness. Commissioner Baloyi?
In response to a question by Commissioner Baloyi about the registration of the vehicles and whether you could relate the vehicles on the videos to the listed vehicles. If I'm not mistaken, I think you said that the registrations are not showing on the videos. I actually do see a couple of registrations, but of course I could not read any of them. Isn't there a method by which you could have enhanced what's showing on there so as to be able to see the registrations?
Commissioner, I'm surely in today's age there is methods by brilliant people who can do it, but I don't have that skill set. But there should be people that can video enhance that, but I cannot.
Thank you.
Commissioner, an observation, and please confirm if I am correct in my observation. It is that those vehicles are on the tarmac of whatever airport that is. Is that those vehicles are on the tarmac of whatever airport that is.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And to get into the tarmac, I know that if I tried to drive to the tarmac, I would fail dismally. They wouldn't allow me to do that. Do you know how it works? Permission is granted by who? Or municipal vehicles with blue lights, when they get to the gate that leads to the tarmac, they are just free to go through. Do you know how it works?
Commissioner, in all my career, I obviously, as a policeman, I have sometimes been on the apron on foot and per vehicle in blue lights, but you use blue lights and there's security at the gates and the booms that goes to the tarmac and the apron itself. At larger airports, like the international airports, our Tambo and that, there's actually very large gates and walls which is closed, and if there is entrance to those areas, it's under very strict control from the South African Police Services, VIP Protection Services, and AXA that will allow access to the apron itself. For instance, when the president is collected or ambassador or something like that. Same at Wonderboom Airport, there is access to the apron is very much restricted. To me, it is very suspect. So obviously the blue lights and vehicles was used to drive right up to the aeroplane. Normally you would have parked in the front of the airport and you and your luggage would go through the normal customs and the normal airport procedures. You would not be allowed with a vehicle directly to it.
So someone in the SAPS, VIP, or whoever is there, or someone at AXA, if this is OR Tambo, well, I guess even Lanseria, no, must have allowed it for these people to drive to the tarmac.
Correct, Commissioner, but they could have been conned. So the security at the airport would have stopped them and allowed them, but if they believe it is South African Police Service or that then they would allow them to go past them, but they would have been stopped and allowed to the apron itself.
Thank you.
Commissioner, do you know that this is an AXA-administered airport? I don't want you to make the mistake of assuming that it could have been a private tarmac in a private facility where a private jet is stationed. So don't make the assumption unless you know for a fact that this is.
No, Commissioner, it's as I stated in my statement as well, it's a small airport. And I make apology if I speak about AXA because we deal at Wonderboom Airport and at OR Tambo we deal with AXA. At Wonderboom it's our control.
We don't want to get AXA into trouble
No.
and bring them to this commission.
Sorry, I'm not implicated AXA at all. No.
With that clarification, still ask my question. Does it work differently, access to the tarmac? Is it free driving through in the smaller airports?
No, it's not. If you look at Wonderboom Airport is controlled by the city of Tshwane and access to the apron is restricted. It's closed off, there's boom gates and security at the airport will restrict access as well to that. It's not allowed at, but it could be a private airport. I don't know. I cannot determine which airport this is. If it is a private airport, for instance, like Fly-In in Ekurhuleni, that is between houses, then it would be allowed to go there because the estate itself would be on the control of that. But under public aspiration, when it's an airport like Lanseria or Wonderboom or OR Tambo, then it will be restricted by the security at those specific airports.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioners. In response to a question by Commissioner Baloyi about the vehicles parked on the apron next to the aeroplanes, you suggested that perhaps the security could very well have been conned. My question is, and if that is the case, you wouldn't know how. My question is whether what is the possible effect of driving towards the security point to get onto the apron and the blue lights are on? How is that likely to be interpreted by the security guard?
Commissioner, if you approach the security officers and you have blue lights and sirens going, the security will, most of the time, they will open the gate because they will believe it's the South African Police Service that approached them. The risk for that as well, especially even at airports like these, that flight could have transported anything in and out of the country. It could have had drugs, it could have had kidnapping, it could have been trafficking, human trafficking on that. So airport restrictions becomes a very large risk as well. But approaching the gate and a boom gate with blue lights and sirens, the airport security will most of the time think it is police officers and they will open the gates for them.
And possibly salute as the car drives past.
Now, the security don't salute
Okay.
us. We salute one another,
Just
but
checking.
not they salute us and we salute them, Commissioner.
So,
If I-
sorry,
yes.
Kame. So, from what you've just said now, the blue lights, in the way you describe, with the ability to just drive through onto the tarmac, opens the risk that, in fact, they could be used for illegal activities, to get stuff onto planes and off or from planes into the country.
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioners. Let's then have a look at Jeff Wick's original email at page 2 of your bundle of annexures, RS21, Roman 1. In the fourth paragraph of that email, Jeff Wicks writes as follows: 2 videos from the social media page of Cordelia Kabeng, wife of Vusimusi Matala, the owner of the aforementioned company, have been sent to you via WhatsApp. Do you see where I'm reading?
Correct, Commissioner.
A question for you. I appreciate it's Jeff Wicks today as we sit here, who she is.
From media, yes, but still don't know her. But I have seen that she's the wife, allegedly, of Vusimusi Matlala. But at that date, I didn't know any of the 2.
Then you didn't know either of the 2.
Yes.
And today, do you know who Vusimusi Matala is?
Correct, Commissioner.
And who do you know it to be?
He is the director or owner of the CAT VIP security firm. And since 2022, his name also popped up in that he procured Medicare 24 as a subsidiary, and they have tenders with the South African Police Services, which was cancelled in the meantime. And he has also been arrested and is currently in prison awaiting trial for a attempted murder matter. But that I only know from news, from the media.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Chair, it's 15:57. I'm going to a new topic. Would you like me to start?
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 on Monday. Let's
Thank you,
adjourn.
Chair.